All right. We are back for the second show and possibly the marathon of the night. I'm just going to take my time and I'm going to decide as the night progresses whether I want to turn this into a marathon, um, see what is going on in Geneva, see what kind of new releases we will have from Rolex, Patek, Alain Gonzone, and many, many others. In the meantime, if we don't have any other topics, if we don't have any releases to talk about, I'll be covering the Sotheby's Hong Kong auction preview that I've been working on. We can go and check out the In Eichen Zurich for their Art of Breguet auction as well. And there are already a few releases that I want to discuss from Geneva. So let's start with that. You may have already seen this, but De Bethune just came out with a new monopusher chronograph. Let me see where this crazy thing is. Is it this one? No, that's not it. Okay. Sorry, I ended up basically pulling the older version of it for one reason or another, but I think we just have to go to their main page. So let's start with that. You remember in the last few days, I covered a few of their watches here on YouTube and Instagram, since I was lucky enough to take a peek at the entire range in Los Angeles, where they had this traveling exhibition with Watchbox, which of course now has a majority stake in the company. And they had organized a retrospective exhibition that was basically comprehensive for De Bethune, and then quite extensive for FP Jean as well. This model is a completely new piece, but it does take after a few other watches that De Bethune had done. Of course, DB number 1 was itself a monopusher chronograph, which was a 2-register classic configuration, and which adapted the THA 045 MC movement base that Denis Flageolet and François-Paul Jean actually had devised for Cartier for the recreation of the Tortue monopoussoir for the CP collection, the prestigious crossroads of, or prestigious juncture, I should say, of high horology and artistic design that Cartier released one after another between the years 1998 and 2008 in Paris. They had also another piece that they called DB8 with the Arabic numeral 8 rather than in this spelled out way. And that was basically an earlier iteration of this new monopusher with a higher frequency movement and with a slightly more complicated movement that they just released. That DB8 was called the football timer because it had, at that same 6 o'clock position, 45 minutes counter, as you can see, which of course is the time for a half of a football game or of a soccer game. So this is the original DB8, which had the same case, 42 millimeters, with the uh, ogival lugs or bullet-shaped lugs, the classic Debetune case shape before they really transitioned into this pierced lugs design that also sometimes is executed as floating lugs, which basically can take the shape of the contours of your wrist, since they actually pivot at 9 and 3 o'clock, but that's a much later design, of course. So DB8 has a much more silvered dial rather than that off-white cream color, against which I think the heat blued or tempered hands strike out more prominently, I wanted to say. And instead of a 45 minutes counter, it actually has a 60-minute counter in this oversized subdial at 6 o'clock, which of course ticks forward 1 minute every time that the chronograph seconds hand that is centrally deployed completes a full revolution. And this is, as I mentioned a little earlier, a monopusher chronograph where the start, stop, and reset functions are completely integrated to the crown, which makes it a very elegant, minimalist, and discreet piece of design. You have a hand guilloche dial, of course, with that scalloped sector design at the center of the dial, and the blue accents, for example, that decorate the periphery of the dial to indicate fifth of a second, as well as the blue paint of the Arabic numerals play along really well with the tempered hands, as well as the strap that the watch comes in. As you can see, it's a very elegant and legible piece, kind of a gentleman's chronograph from a bygone time, just in a shape and size that is larger than life, that is very utilitarian, that really harkens back to perhaps earlier sports chronographs, right? Where some of these gentleman drivers would actually commission these elite watchmakers to make for them very large case diameter watches that can be worn on the wrist, like that famous 46 millimeter Patek chronograph that I discussed earlier on my Instagram. But let's take a look on a few things that are related to this piece. Of course, we have this DB1, which took an earlier iteration of this monopusher chronograph movement and executed it in this very classically inspired piece of design as a monopusher chronograph with 2 registers. This is, of course, practically a pièce unique with that very special gem setting, um, with baguette sapphires on the case band, and of course the encrusted diamonds on the bullet lugs as well. And the chronograph that I was talking about, it might take a little while because I must have posted that months ago. It will also give you an idea about the inspirations behind a certain way of wearing these sorts of tool watches, these sorts of sports watches, especially right over the cuff of a shirt, as one wears a diver watch, for example, over the wetsuit, as David Beckham does here with his Tudor Pelagos, and as Trossi, Count Carlo Felice Trossi, wears his one-of-a-kind Patek Philippe chronograph over the cuff of his racing suit. There we go. This is a 46 millimeter case, so more of the proportions of a pocket watch, really, of a pocket chronograph, than a wristwatch in 1930s, which is when it was delivered to Count Trossi, who was a gentleman driver and president of Scuderia Ferrari at the time. And this is a piece that was sold in May 2008 by Sotheby's for nearly $2.5 million. So next time when someone shows you how Agnelli used to wear some of his watches, whether we are talking about his Patek Philippe World Timer 1415 Heure Universelle, or some of his sportier watches, such as the Omega Ploprof and others over the cuff of his shirt. You can show them all the way back from 1930s. His real inspiration, one of his predecessors, who led Ferrari in the interwar years. And yeah, while I'm at it, please do follow me on Instagram. That always helps. And stay with me. We are still in the early goings. I should have gotten some alcohol, I feel like, for tonight, but I am staying up quite literally. So we'll see how far this marathon will go. I feel exhausted already. But, you know, I have a lot of stamina. So we'll do this. We will most certainly do it. I also wanted to go to Bulgari because they just released a whole new range of Octoroma watches. Um, as you know, Octoroma is in a way the almost like a predecessor of the Octo Finissimo. Octoroma is much more similar, much closer to the original octagonal design that Gerard Janta did for Bulgari, and that was used as the source of the Octo Finissimo design by Fabrizio Bonamassa Stigliani. Octoroma is a little less multifaceted, a little more, I think, uh, in your face, a little thicker, a little heftier. You might say it's a little sportier for that reason. Um, it's a three-hander time and date rather than the two-hander with an off-center seconds sub-dial that the Bulgari Octofinissimo distinguishes itself with. Um, and as a further incentive, they have also introduced these as with a new interchangeable strap system. So you get the integrated bracelet first and foremost, but also the facility and the wearability of these exchangeable straps, which certainly include some leather numbers, but I'm sure also probably something rubber, if not immediately, certainly soon enough. For whatever reason, I can't see these new models on their own website, so we might have to crib from some of the other outlets. So let's see. I know Revolution covered these. There we go. So yeah, they do have very nice rubber straps as well. Basically, they have the time and date, the three-hander with Arabic numerals at 12 and 6 o'clock, date window at 3 o'clock, pretty unobtrusive, but you could always do without. A guilloche dial, I am pretty, yeah, I'm pretty sure not hand guilloche, but you can correct me if I'm somehow mistaken. But it's a decent detail nonetheless, and it is actually self-winding movement with a full rotor rather than the micro rotor BVL 138 that is used widely in the Octofinissimo series. You get the different dial colors, blue, silver, anthracite gray. You get the option of the integrated bracelet, of the rubber strap, of leather strap in stainless steel. And the time only version is basically right under 8,000 in euro. Again, I'm guessing this is substantially thicker than the Octofinissimo. I want to say, let me check what the thickness is in the current versions, and we can probably get an idea about this. Yeah, they're playing these games of just listing the thickness of the movement, which, of course, why should anyone care? I'm assuming it's around 11 millimeters, so it's significantly thicker than the Octofinissimo, which, of course, in titanium is about 5.15 millimeters thick, and in stainless steel, I think it's a little more than 6. I think something like that. 6.4. That's what it is. And then they actually have come up with a new self-winding chronograph movement with a 30-minute totalizer at 9 o'clock, a 12-minute counter at 6 o'clock, and continuous running seconds at 3 o'clock, with, pardon me again, relatively unobtrusive date display between 5 o'clock too, which is a popular choice, a safe choice for many chronographs these years. JB, lovely to see you. Nice to see you earlier too. Let's see what is going to come out from Rolex. Yeah, I think in about 2 hours we'll start hearing from Geneva. So I'm quite excited. Yeah, this is the new chronograph movement. As you can see, you can glimpse those pushers, those buttons that help you dislodge easily the strap or the bracelet that is attached to the watch, which you can change very quickly. It's basically the same um, movement base with a chronograph module. And they basically have two options for this, the black and the blue, apparently, for the chronograph. That ceramic insert on the crown, black ceramic insert, which is Bulgari's answer to the more recently fake sapphire cabochon on Cartier watches. Um, this piece is a 48-hour power reserve. The time-only version was 42 hours, which again, compared to the Octo Finissimo, of course, this line seems to provide something a little more accessible, thicker, maybe a little bolder, but certainly more affordable. The chronograph here is right under 10,000 in euro. Again, it's 42 millimeters, and just like the time and date version, it is water resistant up to 100 meters. Oh, there are a few more interesting pieces I didn't even realize. Wow. All right. So let's keep going. They actually made a Grande Sonnerie perpetual calendar. In the Octo Finissimo, since they aimed to realize a watch that was at its finest, at its thinnest, they had foregone the moon phase indicator for the perpetual calendars, since they are working with the Octoroma case. In this instance, they have integrated a moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock to this watch. Of course, Grande Sonnerie is essentially a chiming watch, which you can turn on, so it would strike at quarters and at the top of the hour. Um, you can adjust between Grande Sonnerie, Petite Sonnerie, and also you should be able to use it as a minute repeater, so to speak, when you can engage with the pusher um, as you wish at will. This is apparently a model that is made in 8 examples, limited edition. It is made out of carbon CTP and a carbon middle part in a 44 millimeter case. And it has a 20-hour power reserve, 28-hour power reserve for the chiming operation, and a 48-hour power reserve for the timekeeping and calendar functions. The picture is completed with a black DLC treated titanium folding clasp, and the watch is served up on a black alligator letter at the princely sum of $820,000 for the Bulgari Octoroma Grand Sonnerie perpetual calendar. Of course, a Grand Sonnerie is as long as you keep it on, quite power hungry, so that should explain the 28 hour power reserve when the chiming function is on. It chimes the hours and quarters. Petite Sonnerie just chimes the hour, and of course, a minute repeater, when you activate it, chimes the hours, quarters, and minutes. They have a Grand version that is set with a baguette emerald bezel with similar emerald green accents on the diamond set dial. This probably costs a fortune, with strangely colored green strap. This 44 millimeter case is apparently one of a kind in 18 karat white gold, 446 baguette cut Zambian emeralds and diamonds, totaling over 30 carats of stone. That's a lot of stone. This is the look of the rotor, skeletonized, and the movement at large. Which has a 24-hour power reserve for the Grand Sonnerie mode and 28-hour for the Petite Sonnerie. 4-hammer Westminster chime, which was the same function in the earlier model, if I'm not mistaken. And this piece is 1.6 million euros, and it is a one-of-a-kind watch. It is a pièce unique. And finally, there is an Octoroma Blue Carillon Tourbillon. So a tourbillon watch that combines it with a chiming watch, with a striking watch, a blue skeletonized dial down to the bridge for the tourbillon cage. It is a minute repeater with a 3-hammer carillon with Westminster chime. Yeah, they've really taken the bluing to the next level here. Front and back. And you can see the channels there, the chambers that allow the watch to resonate even better, with a 75-hour power reserve on this manual winding BVL 423 caliber platinum with open work titanium middle case, which, as it happens, of course, uses the more noble quote unquote metal as the presentation case, hence the platinum, and titanium is used for the middle case because it simply makes for a better chiming watch. It's louder. It has a better sound. Um, that's why a lot of companies increasingly choose titanium as case material, or at least partially as case material for their chiming pieces. It comes on a platinum triple folding clasp on the blue alligator leather, a limited edition of 30 pieces for the Octoroma Blue Carillon Tourbillon, and that's listed at 317,000 US dollars. So it's basically an entire collection that has a piece that's all the way up to 1.6 million. There are limited editions that range between more than $250,000 to almost $1 million. And then, of course, you have more humble pieces in the chronograph, in the self-winding chronograph with the dates, which comes right under 10,000 in euro, and the time and date version, which has a great implementation, as well as the chronograph of the new quick change strap system, and it is listed at right under 8,000, namely 7,900 in euro, and comes with this silver, anthracite gray, and blue dials, whereas the chronograph comes with the black or blue versions. Mike David, thank you, thank you, thank you. 20 New Zealand dollars. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, look, I mean, I think I still like the Octo Finissimo a little better, to be honest. I do like Octo Roma as a design. After all, it's practically the same family, anyways. Um, but I think Octo Finissimo is a much more multifaceted, more elegant, and dressier design, especially in titanium. It's very unique. You know, there's not much like it, and on the secondary market, it's actually a great deal. Even if the list price has creeped up over time, all the way up to 15,000 and change. I mean, I see these every day around 10,000 on the secondary market. So um, it's certainly a decent pickup on the secondary market. And listen, I mean, with these kinds of brands, that's how it should be. When we're talking about Bulgari, when we're talking about Breguet, when we're talking about Chopard, when we're talking about Parmigiani, Gégé Lecoutre, 80% of brands uh, are simply great deals on the secondary market, even if the tag price might seem rather expensive. And even the unworn versions of some of these pieces would offer significant discounts on the secondary market. Um, so I would always direct you towards that channel. Um, your local jeweler more so than the predatory gray market profiteers online. Um, there are, of course, a few dealers who are my friends, whom I know at a much different level, like Wind Vintage, based in Palm Beach, Florida, or like Cherry Creek Watch Company, which operates between Denver, Colorado, and Beverly Hills, California. Um, there are a few others whom I can actually, recommend with sincerity. But oftentimes, you're really better off dealing with people face to face, unless you can get a very good deal online, where, according to, depending on the platform, you can actually take a calculated risk, whether they have an authentication service or not, as long as you know what you are getting, you know what you're getting yourself into, or at least you have someone like me on your side who can kind of hold your hand and guide you through the deal. Thomas, you were asking whether the new Octoroma has loom on the dial. I believe so. Yeah. Again, this is basically the sportier take on the line as it stands. Um, so it doesn't surprise me that it's a little more, it's a bolder watch, both on the face of it and in terms of its heft and proportions, dimensions on the wrist. It seems like it. Um, there is another release that I wanted to talk about by by Peterman Beda, but it seems also, again, they have not updated it on their own page. I might have to go elsewhere to see if it is actually covered. I'm gonna try to see. I think, was it? Hmm, oh, there we go. Peterman Beda, or Beda, is an independent watch company that operates out of Switzerland by Gail Peterman and Florian Beda, who have studied watchmaking in Geneva, and they have, between the two of them, worked at Harry Winston, and then together also at Erlanger und Söhne, and then came back to Switzerland and joined forces in November 2017. I think their debut piece was a 1967, which is a deadbeat seconds movement with the elaborately finished movement featuring deadbeat seconds. Their new piece is called the 2941, which comes at a very wearable 38 millimeter platinum case. It is a limited run of 10 pieces. I'm sure it's already sold out, but I just love the execution of the piece. You can see how they basically executed as a mono pusher with an additional pusher for splitting the seconds at 10 o'clock. And you have just the right amount of open working on the dial that gives you a nice glimpse into the chronograph caliber. Lovely contrast between the heat blued and gilt hands as well, that allows you to separate the two chronograph hands for the rattrapante mechanism. Here's a view of the largely skeletonized caliber itself on the back. It looks like a nicely handwritten passage in cursive rather than something typed out or even handwritten in block letters. So even though it is well over my budget, I really appreciate it. It's a very nicely designed original piece, and it costs basically just as expensive as a Patek Philippe split seconds chronograph at right around $250,000 in US dollars. That would be 243,000 in Swiss francs. But again, it is something to be admired, since a lot of the brands, independent or not, when they introduce a split second chronograph today, still use the long discontinued vintage Venus 185 movement base. So it's again, it's quite impressive. Prohibitively expensive at $250,000, but this is the dial side of their original movement. A sapphire hour track again provides you a glimpse onto at least some of that movement, including the column wheel that's hiding a little bit behind 12, which is unfortunate. And the 38 millimeter platinum case is around 13.7 millimeters in thickness, which is still quite sleek for a monopusher chronograph with split seconds function with rattrapante. That's quite impressive. Here you have a view of the back of the movement rather than the dial side, which was the case previously. Ridiculous levels of finishing, as you can expect from a piece that is sold at this price point, with all the contrasts of black polishing and mirror polishing, as well as the interior angles that are hand finished. And it's only made in 10 examples. I mean, I really like the inspirations of the piece. I love the fact that it somehow retains a very classic profile and layout of design, and somehow with a few slight touches like the sapphire ouring, as well as even the fonts used for the Arabic numerals at 12 and 6 make the watch a little more modern, and the platinum case is also very beautifully and discreetly finished as well. Let's get back to the Sotheby's Hong Kong auction for a while, now that we have covered some of the new releases in the run up to Geneva, where most of the stuff will break in a little more than an hour. I have covered a fraction of these watches in an earlier stream, but I'm going to drop the link in the chat. So if you want me to go back, or if you want me to jump ahead, feel free to send a super chat with the lot number, and I'll be more than happy to go back. But I remember the last watch I discussed was this Grand Lange 1 at 2152, lot number 2152. The bidding has already started for this auction that is going to take place live on April 5th, local time in Hong Kong. But the bidding has already started, and well, they already take bids at least. And for this Grand Lange, the estimate is around 23,000 to 38,000 US dollars. Of course, this is a piece that's a smidgen larger, right around 41 millimeters, unlike the 38.5, which is the classic case diameter of the Lange 1. And there is also the little Lange 1, which is 36.5 in case diameter, if I'm not mistaken. These are also beautifully executed with a moon phase indicator in the regular sized and little Lange 1. The moon phase goes right into the second subdial, whereas in the Grand Lange 1, it is actually integrated into the main dial of the watch. In each cases, since 2016, the moon phase indicator has a proprietary system for Erlang und Söhne, and it also acts as a day and night indicator because it is essentially two separate disks superimposed on each other. The background makes a revolution every 24 hours between a pale blue sky and night blue sky, so serves as an AM PM indicator. And of course, the moon phase has the expression of the lunar cycle, which of course equates to a lunar month. So those, thanks to these this proprietary way of expressing or indicating the moon phase, Arangonzuna's moon phase indicators have in the Lange 1 since 2016 day-night indication as well, which makes Lange 1 a very attractive point of entry and a very attractive watch for anything and everything you might expect from a dress watch at that level of prestige, whether you are just looking for something that has the time and the dates, or something that has a little bit more of an artistic flair. You get the 3 different case sizes between the generations. You get, of course, examples that are executed in pink gold, in white gold, as well as yellow gold and platinum. So it's a great dress watch if you are hunting for pieces that are $20,000 and up on the secondary market, of course. Lot number 2153 is an FB Jaune Octa Réserve de Marche in platinum. This is a relatively early piece from 2002. Octa, of course, refers to the self-winding movement that is the beating heart of the watch. And since this is an earlier piece, you actually have the movement that is executed in brass rather than the later examples, which have the movement that is made in 18 karat pink gold. And nevertheless, you still have the full gold 22 karat rotor here in the older styling with the barley corn guilloche decoration that has the FB Jaune logo, as well as the motto Invenit et Fecit. This early example of Octa Réserve de Marche, Octa Power Reserve, with the big date at around 10 o'clock there. The piece has an estimated value of 38,000 to 64,000 in US dollars, roughly speaking, at lot 2153. 2154 is a very simple expression of Alan Gonzone's um, Saxonian watchmaking style and spirit. The piece on the face of it looks very much like Alan Gonzone pocket watches from a bygone era, with power reserve at 8 o'clock, the up and down indicator, auf und ab. And then you also have at 4 o'clock a small seconds dial as well. The maker's characteristic and rather aggressive alpha hands that are heat blued is a great contrast to the silver dial with nicely sized and stylized Arabic numerals for the hour track. And again, 1815 is practically Alain Gonzone's series where the brand imagines how that Saxonian style of pocket watchmaking would translate into the making of wristwatches in our era. This piece is, of course, in white gold, and as you can see, the 3/4 plates that is fashioned out of that particular alloy of German silver, which is parts of copper, nickel, and zinc, and which has this distinctive yellow hue, has taken on, as you can see over the years, striking patina, which certainly accentuated that yellowish tint within this alloy. You can see the heat blued screws as well as the mirror polished countersinks and chaton, which are set with rubies, swan neck regulator, and the free hand engraved balance cock completes the familiar architecture of a hand wound Lange movement. This is again an 1815 up down from roughly 2014 in white gold at lot number 2154 with an estimated value of 15,000 to 23,000 in US dollars. Next, we have the Lange 1 time zone, which is the world timer version of the Lange 1. This has an even larger case than the Grand Lange 1 at 42 millimeters. You can tell that this version is the earlier iteration of the movement. In later versions, they have eliminated these arrows and just converted these blue half circles as rotational day and night indicators for both the reference time and local time. And they have also integrated into this arrow that points to locality specific red indicator that marks the adjustment for daylight savings time as well. But in this earlier generation of the Lange time zone movement, that is absent, but you still have, of course, the local time, reference time, AM, PM indicators for both. And here at 6 o'clock, within that local time, you also have a small seconds dial. Berlin instead of Paris, of course, right next to GMT. And this piece that is roughly from 2009 in pink gold, the Lange one time zone. Which has a beautiful movement again in the back. With the two pushers, one for the quick change for the date, the other for jumping and adjusting at the go the local hour hand as well as the city's ring. At lot number 2155, the Lange 1 time zone is expected to realize a final hammer price between 25,500 to more than 38,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button in the meantime. I really appreciate it, and it does make a huge difference. 2156 is the Datograph perpetual, so Lange's take on the perpetual calendar chronograph. As you can see, it has a tachymeter on the periphery of the dial. The big date with the double guichet expression at 12 o'clock. Loomed alpha hands for hours and minutes. Centrally deployed chronograph hand. Heat blued along with the continuous running seconds hand and the indicator for the 30 minutes totalizer. Within that minute counter, you also have the pointer for the month as well as the leap year. Within the continuous running seconds, you have the day of the week as well as an AM, PM indicator. And of course, you also have a moon phase indicator here at 6 o'clock. A very balanced and sporty expression, if you ask me, for a perpetual calendar chronograph with this piece that is from 2010. A beautiful, multifaceted movement with 45 joules. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I think I found the link. I found the link. Nothing official though. In the background, I was snooping at Lange's website. Let's see if anything will show. But All right, the first, is this the first leak of the day? Where is it? Damn. Okay, let me show you what I was looking at, what I was snooping at, and maybe you can see. Okay, let's see. This is it. Ta 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 ta. Odysseus chronograph. All right. Um, let's take a vote in the chat. Would you like to see an Odysseus chronograph from Erlang und Söhne in the next few hours? Is it coming out? Is an Odysseus chronograph coming out from Erlang und Söhne? Okay. Please let me know whether you love it or you don't even care. Who needs it? Let me know. I think this is an interesting piece. I completely chanced upon it. I don't I don't know if it will come out, but I'm almost sure that that might be the case. It makes sense, right? They are they're masters of chronograph movements. They have brought a very different kind of customer into the brand with the Odysseus series, even though it's not quite like the integrated sports watch that people were expecting. A lot of people were not quite satisfied with the integration of the bracelets. Um, Basically, everyone was mad about the scarcity and the unavailability and unobtainability of the watch. And again, most were thinking that it was too much of a Lange watch rather than a sports watch. Would a chronograph seriously put the Erlang und Söhne Odysseus on the map? Let me know. And while you are voting in that poll, please click on the like button as well. That really helps, gives me a little bit of exposure. Please, especially if I'm gonna do a marathon today, hit the like button. If you can support with a super chat or another contribution through the usual means, which are described in the video description, feel free. I'm going to be staying up. I'm going to be standing up. I'm going to see how much I can actually cover for you tonight. Washington football fan, like a real fan of the Watch Art Side channel and Bill Sanders' protege. You're not a big fan of chronographs. Why am I not surprised? That's Bill's pet peeve too. He thinks that chronographs has busy dials and he just can't suffer them. I just realized that he he sold his Daniel Roth Masters chronograph as well because he just didn't warm up to it. And I understand. Look, we all have our own taste, right? It is what it is. Speaking of German-speaking integrated bracelet sports watches, Lang und Heine, which of course was established by Mako Lang, um, and wait, who was Mirko Heine initially in 2003. Mirko Heine left almost right away. Mako Lang left much later. Most Lang and Heine watches, however, still use calibers that were designed by him. Lang und Heine Hector, which was introduced as a limited edition piece in three different dial colors, I think 33 examples of each in this silvered gray, um, kind of like a forest or pine green, and an ink blue, same design with the petticoat hands and that uh, bell-like cutout on the dial at the center of the dial. Um, Integrated beads of rice bracelet, which is very nicely executed, if you ask me. And the caliber 33.2, UWD 33.2, which was, I think, previously used in a watch by Zinn, but of course produced in Uhrenwerke Dresden, which is the movement manufactured that is owned by the same company as Lang und Heine. Um, Again, you have a watch that you can either look at as a relatively original piece of design compared to many other sports chic integrated bracelet watches out there, or neither fish nor fowl, because in many ways it has these overtly classical and even gothic, you might say, design details that it mixes with the language of a 70s sports watch. It's neither here nor there, according to many. I kind of like it. I certainly can't justify the amounts, pardon me, that it's sold for on the secondary markets. Um, and This is the movement, by the way. I really love the architecture of the piece. Um, but again, it's more of a dressy, elegant piece on an integrated bracelet than a sports watch. At the initial price through which they were offered, I think they were right around $15,000 or something, or maybe 15,000 euros. That was reasonable enough, but on the secondary market, they sell for two times that or more. I think that's unconscionable for a watch like this. But hey, if you like Lang und Heine and you are enamored by this design, this could be an interesting opportunity to pick one up. This is lot 2557. Langenheine limited edition stainless steel sports chic piece with the silver gray dial. Estimated value of 20,000 to 30.5 thousand US dollars. Nick Butter, thank you. $8. Thank you so much. I'm on Sotheby, but did I notice the Patek that sold for 5.8 million at Christie's? Was this at the recent Geneva auction? Let me check. Because I covered the auction, but I did not necessarily get back to the results. Yes, I'm seeing it now at Rob Report. The 12 complication piece with perpetual calendar, tourbillon, Clausenet enamel dial, engraved case. Of course, it is a chiming watch as well. That sold for 5.8. The Sky Moon tourbillon reference 6002 G. Let me see if they have any other pictures. They don't really. But isn't it amazing? I mean, it was an auction that had more than 100 lots, and I think they raked in a total of $8.4 million. It says, and 5.8 was covered by a single watch. That kind of shows you how the headlines are grabbed a lot of times, even in these sorts of high level auctions, by the biggest pieces, and there's so much that falls through the cracks. Thank you for bringing my attention back to this piece. I have covered in the form of a preview that top of the time Christie's Hong Kong online only auction, but I didn't realize that this piece ended up selling and did so at $5.8 million. So thank you for the heads up, Nick. And yes, feel free to always send in other questions from other auctions, anything else watch related. If you, like me, while you're snooping around the web pages of the brands, maybe come up with a strange listing or kind of a link that doesn't lead anywhere but is marked with a potential new release, feel free to send it in. We'll take a look. Let's take a look at 2158, which is the Rebelle Forcé tourbillon, 24-second tourbillon incliné, which is, of course, the way this tourbillon is set at an angle, a tourbillon that is a 24-second tourbillon. This is kind of an outre design for me, but I still appreciate the kind of watchmaking that goes into it. Of course, as minimalist as it is, you can see how beautiful the anglage is. The frosting itself is very inviting and has a lovely textured grain. The mirror polished countersinks for the jewels really shine, and the blue of the heat blued or tempered screws is incredibly striking, and it's like an ink blue, and you can see the fine perlage on the base plate as well. This is lot 2558, Grebel forcé, 24 seconds, tourbillon incliné in platinum with the 72-hour power reserve, pardon me, from around 2010 with an estimated value of $150,000 to $250,000. We have next up the Roger Dubuis Sympathy bi-retrograde perpetual calendar, which has a weekly calendar at the periphery of the dial, a moon phase indicator at 12, and you have both the months and within it the leap year indicator at 6 o'clock with a pointer, and then as two crescents on the hour track of the dial. You have at the 9 o'clock side towards the left of the dial the retrograde date, and to the right of the dial on the side of the crown you have the retrograde day of the week. So once again, there's a centrally deployed pointer hand that shows the week on the periphery of the dial, moon phase at 12 o'clock, a pointer for the month at 6 o'clock, as well as a leap year indicator within that subdial. And the bi-retrograde is for the date on the left hand side of the dial and for the day of the week on the right hand side. And retrograde is actually a pretty self-explanatory function. And with a perpetual calendar, it would be really impressive, of course, because at the beginning of the month, this hand for the date would snap right back to the first of the month, right, including in February. And then at the beginning of the week, again, the hand for the week would also snap back to Monday when you are, for example, crossing over the midnight on a Sunday like this. A beautiful 18-karat white gold case with that unique shape that is neither entirely round nor wholly square. Some early versions of this Sympathy case actually have a dial and a crystal that follows the exact contours of the case. This is a little simpler in terms of the construction because both the dial and the crystal are perfectly round, but you still have a gorgeous multifaceted mother of pearl dial, those distinctive end links that are completed with a three-pronged lug design, and of course these partially fluted uh, designs on the bezel as well. This is a watch that has a lot of unique details and quite a bit of fun and play on its dial. Of course, as with um, all Roger Dubuis watches, basically from that particular period of time, it carries the hallmark of Geneva both on its movement and its case. Because this is, again, Roger Dubuis was a proud Genevan watchmaker. This 43 millimeter case in 18 karat white gold houses bi-retrograde perpetual calendar movement with a moon phase indicator and a weekly calendar. Beautiful multi-layered mother of pearl dial from around 2004. Lot 2159 has an estimated value of $20,000 to $30,000 and more. 2163, we have a very rare Jean chronometre Holland and Holland, the famous London's best rifle maker. This is, of course, uniquely executed in stainless steel. A lot of the chronometre series is either made in pink gold or platinum. Of course, the very desirable and slightly different chronometre bleu, which lacks the power reserve indicator and which is housed in a smaller 39 millimeter case, is actually executed in tantalum. And this piece, which is perfectly minimalist, drawing attention to the Damascus patterned wooden dial, is a mere two-hander, just hours and minutes. The movements executed in 18 carats pink gold, 22 jewels. The base plate is largely decorated in barleycorn guilloche. And of course, you can see the nicely scalloped Côte de Genève on the base, on the bridge plates of the movements as well, which adds a nice dimensionality, a little bit of depth to the caliber of the watch that you can admire through the sapphire case back. The stainless steel case, of course, that is marked here as acier. And this is also, by the way, similar to the tantalum cased chronometre bleu, a 39 millimeter case rather than a 40 mil like the rest of the chronomètre Sovereign series. Lot number 2163 for this limited edition stainless steel FB Jean watch. I think these were made in very limited numbers, probably less than 30. I don't remember the exact number, but it was basically a couple of dozen. Um, and the estimated value here is more than $100,000 at the lower end of the estimates, and up to more than $200,000. Washington, thank you. Am I familiar with the Roger Dubuis 28? Let's check it out. Let's check it out. I think it's the one they have in their rectangular case pieces, right? I think so. I think ultimately it's still a round movement. I know it's hand wound, unlike, for example, the RD 14, which is kind of the standard self winding movements that they have in a lot of the Sympathy series. Uh, let's see, for example, look, this rectangular one much more as an M28 movement, which, as you can see, is opened through this round sapphire caseback. It's as with the other Roger Dubuis pieces from the period, it is a Geneva seal movement. I think, though, as far as I know, the M28 is the model number, whereas RD18 is the caliber number, if I'm not mistaken, Washington. And if I am, please do let me know. But look, this is caliber RD18, and the model itself is called reference M28, which is that um, rectangular case with the curvature and these elongated Arabic numerals, kind of like an Art Deco design piece with heat blued spade hands. But as far as I know, this is the movement we are talking about. It is the RD18 that goes into M28, which is the reference number of the watch rather than the caliber number. Oh, Van Lux leaked us something else, basically. There we go. When you search for day date on Google, you get this thumbnail. And as we guessed on this channel, I'm sure elsewhere people have said it too, it is a new semi-precious stone dial option for the Rolex day date. Namely, I think this looks like the Tiger Eye. Perhaps someone who is more of a specialist in stones can correct me, but to my eyes, from that quality of the picture, um, it looks like a tiger eye for me. Let me see if we can perhaps already um, look into it on the configurator. Who knows? Maybe there's already the possibility of exploring it in that yellow gold option. Let's see. Okay, let's go back. Choose baguette diamonds. Not yet. There's onyx. There's bright black. Not yet. We can't see it yet. See. But I'm sure it's gonna pop up quite soon. Thank you for alerting me to it, Van Lux. I'm sure we'll hear more about different options for the Rolex day date. Let's see what else we have actually for Rolex. Let's write Rolex Explorer. We don't see anything yet. Explorer 2. GMT Master. Ah, there we go. A new gold GMT Master with a two-tone bezel in black for PM and kind of like an anthracite gray for the AM on a Jubilee bracelet. Another leak. Thank you, Van Lux, for sending me on this chase. We have uncovered another Easter egg. Let's see if there's anything that pops up for the Daytona. Oh, do you think this does look like something new? Maybe a new pink gold piece, maybe with a nice like a British racing green dial. Who knows? I can't see the details too much, but I see that the subdials are kind of like the sundust, right? Isn't that what they called that pink gold dial for the Rolex Daytona? How about the Submariner? Submariner. It looks like the Submariner we know. So nothing new there. What else? What else? Cellini. It's still the moon phase that shows up. What else? What else? Explore. What about the Yacht Master? Is that it? Yachtmaster in titanium on a full bracelet. That's coming too. Van Lux. Man. All right, let's recap, guys, quickly. The new releases from Rolex. All right, let's recap. When you look for Rolex Yachtmaster on Google, a new titanium Rolex Yachtmaster comes up. The dimensions of it seemingly in the enlarged case, the 42 millimeter, with the ceramic bezel, titanium case on a full titanium oyster bracelets. That is the new Yachtmaster in titanium. When you look for Rolex day dates, you see the new stone dial, which looks like a tiger eye dial, but that's as much as I can discern from that very small and relatively low quality picture. Um, when I look for Rolex GMT Master, I see the new Rolex GMT Master in 18 karat yellow gold with a bicolor ceramic bezel in anthracite gray for the AM and black for PM. When I look for Rolex Daytona, it has disappeared. Does it? No. When I look for Rolex Daytona, I don't really see anything new. Even though I think a few minutes ago we had a pink gold with contrasting subdials that look different. When I look for Rolex Oyster Perpetual, I see a strange dial design that doesn't surprise me. Jake Brooks, 9.99. Nice finds. Rick Butts, thank you for the upvote. If the titanium Yachtmaster is 40 millimeter, that would be very nice indeed. Look, 42 is really popular too, so I won't resent them for that for sure. But a 40 I feel would be more universally appealing. So new sizes and colors, possibly, well, certainly new colors, different dials for the Oyster Perpetual. Um, for Rolex, again, I want to see if there is something new going on for the Rolex Explorer. Not much. A new Sky Dweller was one of our guesses. Um, Nothing yet. Maybe a Yachtmaster 2 in titanium. That watch would make sense as well. I don't know. There's nothing just yet. Let's try Daytona again. Hmm. We will see. We shall see. How about Sea Dweller? Do we get perhaps a new sea dweller as well in titanium? Maybe? No. All right, so far so good. Venlux sent us through a rabbit hole. Ali, your favorite topic, new Rolex releases. Aren't you excited?
No,
I can see you're sitting on the edge of your seat. You can
no.
barely hold on to your
But I thought I
punch.
would. I thought I would come join you because we were
Pause.
talking about these on the earlier show. So
Yeah.
somebody did a pretty good job. I just shared my screen. I don't know, of like consolidating all the ones that were found from the advertising, like the ad
Mhm.
runs, right? And then some of them came and went. And I'm guessing that's based on like views of ads and regions. But so you had just had a couple of them up, right?
Mhm.
So people are guessing that's the new Explorer 40, the new Cellini, although people were thinking a different, like a Perpetual, the Titanium Yachtmaster, which I think is just uninspired myself. Um, it looks like it's a 40, not a 42 to me, but it could be a 42. The two GMTs, the full gold. I think the bracelet change is probably the most interesting thing about it. I don't like the color tone. The stone dials you called, right, including the tiger's eye, but
Mhm.
this particular tiger's eye, obviously every tiger's eye look different. Looks like an orange creamsicle to me.
Which
Um,
actually, I mean, it's again, at the end of the day, it's a rendering. So since they're all unique, it's
yeah,
hard
yeah,
to know
exactly.
which one is which.
I
But
just think for rendering, this was the wrong. Like this turquoise was a good one to choose for a rendering, right? I think that turquoise shows turquoise character. The green dial, which don't know, I'm not sure what stone that is. I think was a good one to choose. I'm just not sure that that particular tiger's eye was, but it is. I think they went a little too far with the diamond.
mm,
Um, I think they went a little too far with the diamonds.
mhm.
I think the that blue on rose gold sky dweller is actually kind of interesting, and that generated a lot of excitement. The new case dimensions on the Daytona, or at least the new symmetry of the Daytona, has been divisive. And then they have the bezels now has a steel ring on the inside and outside of it, right? In bezel, so
Mhm.
it looks like the Zenith generation Daytonas, right?
Right.
Um, so people put these together from those Google ad finds,
Very cool.
and we don't know what's discontinued yet, right? Um, uh, but again, not a fan of Rolex myself. These are not particularly inspiring, but it's nice to see, my friends of the watch community, be very excited about some of these. I mean, some people were very, very excited about some of these. Then
That
somebody found a
that
Mill Gods that looked a
that pink
slightly different
gold
color.
that pink gold Daytona just came up on the screen for a little bit for me and then went. So I can also confirm that the steel one I haven't seen. Let me see if I can.
Yeah. So this thread on Rolex forums,
Mhm.
everybody posted what they were seeing in ads. Um, and over time,
Okay.
people were seeing different things. It was like an absurd number of things.
So yeah, you can actually see this is certainly new. It actually, the it basically looks like the six-digit Daytona with the silver rings,
Yeah.
silver outer rings on the. So not the Zenith generation, but 11652.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. That's fair.
but with a ceramic um, bezel. That's interesting.
Then with the
Um,
1OP with the balls in it, nobody has any idea what the hell that's supposed to be.
yeah, I don't know. It's like what was that German uh, pop song?
Yeah, that's what people on JJ
99 99
99
Luftballon?
Luftmoons. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
that's what people on JJ's channel were singing. It's like it looks kind of ridiculous, right? Um, don't know. Nothing has inspired me yet, but we don't know what the full picture is yet, right? Um,
Yeah.
and Tudor's got their countdown, so we'll see the Tudor. See the Tudor releases soon. That chocolate, the new uh, Daytona on the oyster strap came up in one of the ads. This ad. Um,
Let me see. Mm,
this particular rendition of it looks pretty sharp.
very cool.
But yeah, everybody at Rolex forums has been going nuts with what they were finding.
Can you pull up that Explorer? Why did people say that's 40 necessarily?
I don't know, actually. I honestly don't know. It could be 39. It doesn't look like it's proportioned to be bigger than a 40, but I don't know that it's a 40 even.
Mm. Yeah, it does look a little different than the 36 for sure, but
I
who
mean, to
can tell?
me, it's the gap here, right, between the lug and the outside of the bracelet, right?
Yeah,
That gap scales a specific way unless you make the bracelet dramatically different. So to
yeah.
me, this still looks like it's like a 39.
But it doesn't make sense for them to eliminate 39 basically not only at Explorer but throughout the range, right? Including the OP39, for example, and then go back to 39. So probably it's either 40 or 41.
Okay, yeah,
That would be
that's
my
a.
guess.
I defer to your judgment. I mean, I tend to agree with you. It just doesn't look like
Mm.
it's uninspiring to me either way. Um,
I think I was expecting the Titanium Yachtmaster to be on the Oyster Flex for whatever reason, but I guess it makes sense that they serve it up on a full
they'll offer it on
bracelet.
both. They'll offer it on both, right? This is just an advert. This is one, ad placement.
But it's Rolex is pretty specific about, at least so far, what it offers on Oyster bracelet, and it's a Oyster Flex, and it's always precious metal. So it really says something about how they classify titanium in their one-track mind. Do you know what I mean?
That's a
Because
fair assessment.
it's only full precious metal pieces that are offered on Oyster Flex with matching clasp, whereas stainless steel or two-tone never gets the Oyster Flex treatment.
I just think that this isn't. That's kind of like a Ranstite bezel. Like this isn't Yachtmaster to me.
What do you mean? I mean, it's how the white gold one
No, no,
is.
but the particular color combination doesn't evoke boating or yachts to me. Right? Rolex is usually pretty good about staying on message in that regard.
Okay,
Right? This, like, if they decided to
I
release a
can
line
see that.
called Rail Master, right? Industrial Steel Master, like that's what this is, right?
Okay.
It doesn't evoke yacht to me.
Maybe, I don't know. I guess they wanted something, more than necessarily being the Yachtmaster. I guess they wanted something that's a little. Look, I mean, Professor fights with me over this, but to me, Yachtmaster was at least initially conceived to be Submariner 2.0, Submariner version 2. And
Historically, is that true? I don't know. I'm actually asking.
yeah, I mean, so Patrick Heinecke, who was basically taking over the lead from his father around that time as the managing director, wanted to mark his kind of ascension to the throne with a new model, which was basically the first new family line after 3 decades after the Daytona itself. Bezel super sticker. What is that super sticker? It's a thumbs up. Thank you for reminding everyone to upvote. Thank you so much. Um, so the Yachtmaster for that is supposed to be, in
Okay.
a way, a luxurious version of the Submariner, but I guess 30, what is it now? 30 years later, it can be also a bolder version of the Submariner, kind of like almost blacked out. Do you see what I mean? The dial is
It
black,
was almost
the
blacked out.
bezel
And
is black.
if they were going for a blacked out look, then I don't think they went far enough. It just doesn't feel luxurious to me. Actually, it feels very utilitarian to me.
Hmm.
Um, I was looking for this picture, the side by side of the
Hmm.
current generation Daytona. Right, you can see the difference in the symmetry.
Yep. And again, of course, the movement is still seemingly 4130. So you can see that the subdials are slightly tending upwards, above the crown. still. That remains the same. But yeah, it's like the outer rings of the chronograph registers are smaller. The registers themselves look bigger.
Well, they change the dimensions of the rings of the registers and the hands within the registers. It makes the registers look bigger, for
Yeah,
sure. Now they may have actually scaled the watch, but we don't like that's hard to call right now.
yeah, it can mean a different case for sure. I think it's the same movement. I don't think it's an entirely new movement base, but it might well be a new case. It might just be a cosmetic thing as well. You never know until they announce it, but not much left until now. Until they do, I mean. But the case does look different. It might be just a optical illusion of a different
No, the case
bezel.
definitely looks different because I also think that I mean, the to accommodate the slightly different dimensions and shape of the crown and crown guards, I think the case has to be slightly different.
Because the lugs look a little fatter to me from this
They're
picture. I
fatter
mean,
and shorter,
yeah,
right? The crown's also been shortened.
yeah. So
We'll
there's a
get some better
chance.
pictures soon, I guess.
Hmm.
We still need to see what's discontinued, which a lot of people are waiting on. And here's that master picture again. Yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying about the Yacht Master, right? If they were going for a bold look, I don't think they went far enough,
Hmm.
like in the blacked out space, but okay. All right, I could see. Um, I'm looking forward to seeing some of these in person, although I think they went too far with the diamonds. I'm still looking forward to seeing them in person.
Hmm. I mean, in the 36, they date 36 stone dials, they do use those diamonds, unfortunately, a lot of times. So I guess nothing changed on that. I think the two tone and yellow gold GMT Master 2s look great. And the two tone actually kind of looks like titanium and yellow gold, but who knows? It might not be, huh?
It looks like it, but I doubt it. I don't think they would go that far. Um, but that would be interesting. I do like that we have the Jubilee on it. I think the Jubilee is actually the most exciting part of that release because
Mm,
the colorway doesn't excite me, but the Jubilee definitely changes the whole character of the watch.
mm.
It is interesting though that they jumped on their ad spend. I really do think that rose and blue Sky Dweller is pretty.
I think that particular dial is really killer. I mean, whatever, they match it up with, that's a very nice shade of blue. Like it's like a teal or something, right?
Yeah, and people were very excited about that green as well.
And I guess that's potentially a white gold case too. It kind of gives me
Almost, it looks like a white gold case.
they date 40 with that um, you know Rolex green dial vibe, but I might be wrong.
No, I think that's a white gold case. I think you're right. I think that's a white gold case. This looks a lot like titanium in this picture.
Hmm. Yeah, it looks very dark. I mean, again, rendering, small picture, so who knows, but it does look different to how they render the stainless steel.
This looks like a caramel.
Hmm.
I don't like the rings encompassing the bezel as much on the precious metal version as I do on the steel version. But I mean, it's much clearer in this larger. I mean, it's the same resolution, but scale up the changing in the dimensions of the subdials.
I think the on the stainless steel especially, that gives me kind of vintage 4-digit Daytona vibes, with the acrylic bezels, you know
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's fair.
it kind of gives me that idea. But yeah, you're right, it doesn't strike in the same way in precious metal.
What is this stone?
That's not bloodstone because bloodstone
No, it's
is
definitely a bloodstone.
actually, those specks would be red in bloodstone. I mean, hence bloodstone, right? But let's see. Yellow, what yellow? Green semi precious stones.
Is it like a type of sodalite?
Let's see. Green gemstones. Amazonite, maybe. Malachite,
No,
possibly.
malachite would be too. No, no.
Jadeite. Jadeite.
I'm wondering if it's just green sodalite.
Hmm. It might be. This is.
I like this choice for the turquoise in this rendering. But that green, I don't know what that is.
This is apparently green sodalite. It's a good guess.
So we have a general idea of what we're going to see in about an hour and 10 minutes. And now we need to find out what's been discontinued.
It can be jade as well. That's also a good guess.
See, these in the corners they have. I mean, I don't really know what unfinished jade looks like, so jade would be more appealing than green sodalite for sure. So that makes more sense in that sense.
I mean, it looks nothing like the jade dials that Rolex used in bygone days, apparently. But you know, that's malachite, by the way. So you're absolutely right. It's not it.
We'll find out soon.
Hmm. See,
I mean, I don't think Bluetooth. I don't think that it's emerald because you generally don't intentionally be speckle emerald. I can't rule it out.
right,
Obviously, don't know. But yeah, it is an emerald green. I mean, it's definitely an emerald
right.
green. So, but I wanted to jump on with you for a few minutes. We're gonna go. We're doing it 2:15, like in less than an hour. So I'm gonna go grab some food and maybe some caffeine. I signed up like an idiot to join the second one too. So,
Okay, you guys are doing like a live from Geneva kind of thing.
well, yeah, none of us are in Geneva. Well, none of us are in Geneva, but we're gonna do it anyway because we had a good laugh about it, and
Okay.
people are, it's the most boring. I'm really hoping because Tudor and Rolex they're gonna refresh their websites. We know that.
Yeah.
So the Tudor releases, I think, even though I'm not into Tudor either, I think I'll be more excited about the Tudor releases than Rolex releases. But I'm kind of hoping maybe Blancpain, Breguet, Vacheron, like we get news at the same time. I doubt it,
Possibly.
but I think I feel that news will trickle out slower. But it's always fun to hang with the guys and
Yeah, absolutely.
find out. Maybe we'll also find out what's discontinued. Um, and that's all. That could be more interesting for people. But it is good to see you. Everybody remember
Sure.
to upvote. Remember that he has an excellent Patreon with daily recommendations. Um, and everybody have a good night. And young Brando, I will see you next time.
Thank you, Ali. Thanks for jumping on and thanks for bringing up those details from Rolex Forum. It was nice to have them all in one document rather than chasing with Google searches.
Yeah, and then people did get different results in regions and like over time. So it was nice that people put them together. But all right, talk to you later.
Take care, man. Thanks for jumping on. Mm, Let's see. Cellini Perpetual. I Guess we'll have to wait for more details on the new releases. I'm gonna slowly pivot back to Sotheby's Hong Kong and continue on these important watches auction. Uh, we were discussing a bunch of Lange watches. I had come across an Odysseus chronograph hint through an internet search myself, which triggered our wild goose chase through the Rolex website. We can make a safe return now to this lovely auction. By the way, the Vacheron Constantin overseas with the blue dial on the secondary markets has basically gone down to list price. Could be an interesting time to pull the trigger on one, maybe in the next few months, where I think the price will tend downwards for a little while. I think it's wise to wait out the silly season that will strike just about now, right before and at the time of Watches and Wonders and right after. But there can be a lot of interesting opportunities starting with late April. The Vacheron Constantin overseas certainly could be one of those opportunities. This is, of course, the third generation with that ink blue dial that everyone goes crazy about, that is made at the same maker as François-Paul Jean's watches, Les Cadrannières de Genève. So same place that makes the blue dial for Chronomètre Bleu, makes the blue dial for Vacheron Constantin overseas as well. Reference 4500V from just a couple of years ago. This particular example, of course, the full 22 karat gold sandblasted and partially skeletonized rotor with that compass rose is a nice detail. The movement itself, as well as the case, is, of course, finished and assembled to the standards of the Geneva seal, Pinson de Genève. And you, of course, have the easy exchange bracelet design that allows you to swap it easily with leather strap and a rubber band as well. This piece at lot 2165 is estimated to fetch an amount between 20,000 to 30,000 US dollars. As I said, on the secondary market, they have started to hit around 25,000 and they are tending downwards. So they are basically by now at the same price point as the list price. 2166 is an FP Jean Octa Divine in platinum. This is an automatic, a self-winding FP Jean watch in platinum. Big date at 11 o'clock. Moon phase indicator at 7. Off-center seconds dial at 5. And, of course, a power reserve indicator for the 5 days right above the moon phase as well. Arabic numerals along railroad track for minutes. This is a piece from 2004. So you have the brass plates for the movement that are decorated with circular Côte de Genève, the full 22 karat gold rotor that carries the barley corn guilloche decoration. This Octa Divine at lot number 2166 is expected to fetch an amount at the final hammer that's between 83,000 to 120,000 in US dollars. Oh, nice face, man. It's gonna start in a couple of hours. There are a few days, a few hours ahead, of course, of us. So right now it is 7:30 a.m. in Geneva, and in about half an hour or an hour, we should start hearing about the new releases in a more sure way. So 2167, it's the Alain Gonzone Cabaret Tourbillon. As you know, Lange used to have these elliptical and rectangular watches in its catalog. It has mostly foregone them, but the Cabaret came back for this Tourbillon, a rectangular Art Deco design with the big date at 12 o'clock, tourbillon at 6. The Mickey Mouse picture at the lower half of the case is completed with a power reserve indicator and a continuous running seconds dial there. This is a platinum piece, very nice movement, of course, that is designed and formed perfectly for that rectangular case. You can see the work both on the 3/4 bridge plates as well as the free hand engraved balance bridges as well for this hand wound caliber. And the estimated value of this piece for lot 2167 for the Cabaret Tourbillon reference 703025 in platinum is 76,000 to more than 100,000 in US dollars. Hi, Jeff Lane. How are you doing, man? At 2168, we have the overseas perpetual calendar ultra thin. As you guys know, there used to be, when the overseas third generation first came out, there used to be an ultra thin version in white gold that was still built on the Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920, and still in the entire series, all the ultra thin overseas watches are built on that Jaeger-LeCoultre 920 base. The perpetual calendars especially are a great example of this. You have here the example in pink gold here on a rubber strap. You can see that familiar architecture of the JLC 920. Of course, here assembled and finished according to the standards expected to carry the hallmark of Geneva. And this particular piece, which comes with an additional rubber strap in an alternative color, has an estimate of 70,000 to 108,000 US dollars. $2170 is Breguet reference 7787. It's a classic dress watch with a moon phase. It has that anthropomorphic expression of the moon phase. At 12 o'clock, a white enamel dial with those stylized Arabic numerals we came to recognize as Breguet numerals. There's a power reserve that fans out from 3 o'clock as well. And the handset is, of course, hand-blued stainless steel that carries those hands, those palm hands, apple-shaped. Once again, today we just call them simply Breguet hands. This piece is in 18 karat white gold in 39 millimeters of diameter, a self-winding piece with a full gold rotor that matches the case material and that is decorated with barley corn guilloche. This piece has an estimated value of 15,000 to 23,000 US dollars. Swinging says every time I mention the word auction, it alerts my CPA. Good. Someone needs to keep things in check, Swinging. We have another Langonzone perpetual calendar watch here. This is the Saxomat. So the self-winding perpetual calendar watch by Langonzone. The earlier piece we looked at was a perpetual calendar chronograph that was built on the base of the datograph. So it was a hand-wound piece. This is at lot number 2172. And the platinum piece actually has diamond set bezel with running seconds at 6 o'clock with the moon phase indicator lodged right within. You have the pointer for the months at 3 o'clock right within it. You have the leap year indicator. You have the pointer for the weekday at 9 o'clock, and within it, the 24-hour hand as well within that subdial in a concentric circle. And of course, the big date through that 2-window display at 12 o'clock. Roman numerals that match the case material and the pusher to cycle through the dates at 10 o'clock. A very nice silvered dial. This elegant piece at 38.5 millimeters of diameter has that three-quarter rotor that is both in full gold in 21 carats, but also with a supplemental with an additional platinum rotor weight as well. A very beautifully decorated, as always, movement that splits the difference between a full rotor and a micro rotor. So very efficient in terms of its self-winding capabilities, but also very aesthetically pleasing, both in terms of its architecture and the slickness, the thickness that it allows because of the way that the micro rotor or the three-quarter rotor is sunk in to the bridge plates. So it shaves off a few millimeters already. I think they're all real, JB. It's just the pictures are so small. And since they are renderings, unless they are supplied or supplemented with some information with a certain spec sheet, it's hard to know what it exactly is, right? So that's our main problem. At 2173, we have another Rebelle Forcé. This is the double tourbillon asymétrique number 1. Once again, fairly minimalist case back, which still has a beautiful finish. And the double tourbillon 30 in pink gold from 2014. It is a 43.5 millimeter case. You have that protruding 8 o'clock compartment, of course, which is almost a signature of the brand. That's where the double tourbillon is lodged. There is an inner tourbillon inclined at 30 degrees that rotates at every 60 seconds, and an exterior tourbillon that completes its rotation every 4 minutes. And this is one of 11, and in fact, number 1 of 11 for the double tourbillon asymétrique by Rebelle Forcé at lot number 2173, with an estimated value of 230,000 to 305,000 US dollars. Yeah, and it's called 99 Luftballons. That's what it's called. That's the new dial for the OP. 2174. This is the older generation of the Zeitwerk in pink gold with this is the mechanical watch with the digital expression of time. We have talked about this many times. A jumping hour watch is already rather power hungry, and what you have here is a watch that expresses digitally and in jumping fashion both the hours and minutes. So the earlier generation had a movement that had a 36-hour power reserve. The Zeitwerks nowadays have the full 3-day power reserve that most other Alang und Söhne watches boast, um, which basically makes these Zeitwerks practically discontinued for all intents and purposes, which can mean a number of different things for watch collection. I think in midterm that can open up opportunities for good deals. For now, since it's not that easy to get a Zeitwerk right away from the brand, um, the prices seem pretty stable when it comes to these. In either case, compared to the list price of the new Zeitwerk, these are still a relative bargain because the Zeitwerk, I think nowadays lists for about 80,000 US dollars. Lot 2174 is estimated to fetch an amount between 38,000 to 64,000 US dollars. Of course, you also have the power reserve indicator here up at the imaginary 12 o'clock. You have the Langematic Perpetual in their proprietary honey gold. Honey gold is an alloy that's basically splits the difference between I want to say white gold and yellow gold. Here you have also a lovely dial that has a radial guilloche decoration for the hour track. That silver dial, I think, matches really well with the honey gold case. The pictures hardly do justice to that unique case material. It's really something to be seen. Not to say that it necessarily justifies the kind of premium it generates through these sorts of limited editions on the secondary markets, but it's really quite beautiful and eye-catching in person. Once again, this is Zaxomat or Langematic with the 3/4 rotor. That is a very nice compromise between the performance of a full rotor and the aesthetics of a micro rotor movement. 21 carats with the supplemental platinum weight. The Alangionsöhne Langematic Perpetual, reference 310050, limited edition in honey gold. This perpetual calendar has an estimated value of 57,000 to 76,000 in US dollars at lot number 2175. 2176 is a rare FP Jaune centigraph, which of course indicates a hundredth, a fraction of a second on its dial as a chronograph. The black dial is a boutique exclusive. F. Bejon watches are pretty rare with these black dial iterations. You can see the bridge plates of this hand wound chronograph movements with 50 joules, with the circular Côte de Genève decoration on the 18 karat pink gold bridge plates. The platinum case really makes that movement jump out of the sapphire case back. And you have a 20-second indicator here, 1/10 here, and a 10-minute register at 6 o'clock as well. This is lot 2176 with an estimated value of 100 to 200,000 and more in US dollars. The premium lot of the auction is a 2177. This is the ever so desirable Philippe Dufort Simplicity in pink gold. Quite an early piece. The Simplicity was first designed to express the purity of the watchmaking tradition that Philippe Dufort presented, and it was intended for the Japanese market. With a 34 millimeter case, it's aspired to express those ideals in the aesthetics of a classic dress watch. Here in pink gold with a silvered hand guilloche dial with a kind of very deep vortex kind of design at the center of the dial, and radial guilloche for the oversized seconds dial sub-dial at 6. The dial is made at the famous manufacturer, famous dial maker Metallum. That is part of the ecosystem, of course, that includes a lot of the Fleurier brands, especially Chopard in their LUC line. Metallum is, of course, located in Le Locle. This is the Simplicity number 14 in pink gold from 2002. The premium lot of this Sotheby's auction based in Hong Kong that's going to take place on April the 5th there. It is estimated to fetch a final hammer price, realize a final price between 500,000 to 750,000 in US dollars. Yeah, we looked a little bit. Ozzy, let's see if you have anything new in the Discord. Yep, we just looked over these, but if you want to come up, if you want to jump on the panel, I would love to talk with you specifically. it's good to have you and discuss with you what you think. I would love to, I would love to know. So if you're gonna jump on, we can take a look at these, or I can just continue with the auction for a little while longer. Again, I think they look great in the first place, but yeah, I'm gonna be around. I'm gonna try to be around, Aussie. Um, yeah, Tudor Tudor is going to start announcing their stuff in about half an hour, so I'm looking forward to that. Actually, let me take a very quick break. Let me take my phone um, and set an alarm so I don't forget everything and kind of, get engrossed in this. In half an hour, we'll go back to Rolex and Tudor, which will probably start actually announcing the details and spec sheets of some of these leaked new releases. It's exciting, honestly. I like it. 2178. While you guys look at this Laurent Ferrier annual calendar, I will take a quick break. Please stay put. If you have any questions about the upcoming releases from Watches and Wonders, feel free to send it in with the super chats. If you want to direct my attention to any of these lots in the Sotheby's auction, I'm gonna send uh, you the link in the chat. You should feel free to direct my attention to an earlier lot or a later lot, but for now, take a look at the Laurent Ferrier at 2178, which is a Galet annual calendar school piece. Okay, okay, we are back. We are, for now, patiently waiting for the day to start in Geneva for the Monday, the first day of Watches and Wonders, where nearly 50 different watchmakers will present their novelties, will share their new releases. There are already a few leaks from Rolex as an exclusive to this channel. I have leaked the news of an Odysseus chronograph by Alan Gonzone, with the pictures coming up quite soon. Um, in about half an hour, we'll start with Tudor. I'm looking forward to also what Gégé Lecoutre, Cartier, Chopard, Chapek, and Laurent Ferrier are going to be coming out with. We talked about Bulgari's newly refreshed Octoroma series, which kind of runs the whole gamut, but at the entry level offers perhaps bulkier, heftier, and arguably sportier alternative to the Octo Finissimo at a slightly lower price point. We have also looked at some independent brands a little while ago and also at an earlier show today. But let's continue with the important watches auction from Hong Kong. Oh, Aussie, you're ready already?
No, I'm just not going to do my work, but
Hey,
I'm going to have to do it at 4 a.m.
I'm always the worst influence, man. Let's bring up those releases from the Discord. Let's do it. I think when you said the two-tone root beer, the way that's rendered doesn't look like stainless steel to me.
No, I
Aussie, that
did
was my
see a
reaction.
leak that includes a two-tone,
So the
and
two-tone looks like titanium to me. That's what I mean. Like
oh,
it's
interesting.
titanium gold. You know why I'm saying that? Because look, this is how they render the stainless steel, right? The new
Right.
Explorer, potentially the 40.
Hmm.
And this looks more like the shade of this, which is almost for sure the titanium Yachtmaster.
Interesting. One thing I'm noticing on the Explorer 40 is that I mean, I don't know where the 40 number comes from, but it strikes me that for a 40 millimeter watch, the
Mm.
crown is way too big.
Okay.
I don't know, like proportionally, like if this is a 40 millimeter watch, that's a really big crown. Conversely, maybe this isn't a 40 millimeter. I mean, to me, like those proportions, this implies it's a smaller watch, but I don't know how that's possible. I,
So what do you see in terms of this rendering as an
yeah,
owner, so that our audience has a perspective? As an owner of the Explorer 36 and one of the early owners of the Explorer
yeah.
36, um, what do you see uh, as the seven differences that distinguish this rendering from what you wear on a regular
To
basis?
be honest, I can't see any difference. I just
Me neither.
there are no
Me neither.
differences, but
Because
it has to be something.
it doesn't have to be. Because look, the way people come up with these is this. Look, so let me share just my Google screen, um, and I'll do the search. Right. For example, I will say Rolex Yachtmaster,
Okay.
and this is what we see, right?
Yeah.
Or I will say Rolex Oyster Perpetual. We'll see the 99 Luftballons, this nice piece. Or I will say Rolex Daytona stainless steel. We'll
I could
see.
only just get regular Daytona to come up. This is clearly like part of their promotional stuff, which has always existed.
Yeah.
So just
Um,
regular Daytona is the one that I could see a new one on.
so I mean, this is different than the stainless steel for now. You see?
It's symmetrical. It is. That is a new one. That's symmetrical.
Yeah.
Like the
Um,
lugs, they're actually symmetrical.
and I don't know if I could come up with the Everose, but at some point I did see
I think if you
something.
just do regular Daytona, it shows the Everose. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Different for me.
Yeah, it changes from one thing to another.
It does
When
seem to be random.
the day dates at least comes up with
Yeah.
this Tiger Eye, presumably for 36 millimeter.
Yeah.
And then, we write Explorer. Um,
I think I had to write Explorer 40. No. Like,
for
how
me.
did I pull it up? If you. On Discord, I've got the one that showed up for me anyway.
Okay, let's see.
But you're right. I mean, there's nothing to distinguish it from just being an image of the 36 millimeter. Let me have a close look at the 36.
When I write Rolex GMT Master, it used to come up, but now it disappeared, kind of. GMT Master 2. Gold. No, it used to come up a second ago, but at least now we can go back to the Discord and see what.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is any different. Like looking at that crown, it sort of is bigger than the 3 indice on the 36 millimeter. If you go to 40, I would imagine the 3 and the crown to be roughly the same size.
So the things that I noticed, the layout seems a little different, Aussie. Like
On the Daytona?
the one on the left has thinner outer rings. The
Yes.
registers are laid out a little more in a separated fashion. The indices are longer and thinner. Um,
They
and
are. They're straight, like the Zenith.
yeah, and the bezel seems more like an insert with stainless steel rings around it, kind of like a 4 digit Daytona vibe, when they used to have the
Right. It
earlier
looks like an
Daytona.
insert, although, I mean, just graphically, it looks like it's a steel edge, but it's most likely an insert.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the construction we will only know once they reveal the details, but to me it gave that feeling rather than a ceramic bezel that's set right on
Yeah.
top.
What's your gut check on these changes, if this is accurate?
I hated the day this will come, but I feel like it's the same movement, different case. That's what I feel like, which
Right.
presumably is a bigger case.
Yeah, I presume it's a bigger case. How much bigger? It might be pretty mild. That'd probably be the right move. Clearly, very symmetrical lugs now. If you look at the right hand side
Mhm.
lugs compared to the outgoing model, it's now very symmetrical in
Yeah,
comparison to the outgoing model.
whereas you had kind of asymmetric with slimmer lugs on the crown pusher side.
I'm
Pardon me.
I'm I'm not sure I like at all going to an insert. The lighter weight of the subdial seems like a choice. You can like it or
Mhm.
not like it, either way. I don't like the straight cut indices as much. Um, I don't know. I don't know. It's obviously a little bit more in keeping with previous Daytonas. Some people will prefer it.
Mhm.
I'm not too keen on it. I've sort of grown to like the soft-edged indices, but as something on the drawing board, you go, why would there be soft edges on a high-end, well-machined thing? I don't know.
For me, Rolex likes giving the tip of the hat once every so often. When they renew models, they usually include one detail, that kind of makes an oblique reference to the past, like the orange hand in the renewed Explorer 2, right? When they first came out a little more than a decade ago. And here, my ultimate reference point was kind of like the hand-wound 4-digit Daytonas that did have these sorts of acrylic, and even at a certain point, if I'm not mistaken, bakelite inserts. In this case, I will tell you what I like, because I already said basically I hated it. Even if the case is bigger, which is for now just our guess and gut feeling, I like the fact that they took advantage of that to ever so slightly enlarge the dial rather than just, bloat up the whole watch, right? Because it only makes sense that they try to address some legibility issues, or legibility issues, as we say on this channel, while they are enlarging the case, rather than enlarging the case just for the sake of enlarging the case, if that's what happened here. And like you said, at the end of the day, especially in real life, those differences may be slight, but homing in, we can note some aesthetic details for sure already.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to zoom in a little bit, I think just from the text size, we can get a feel for the implied difference. So you can see Rolex on the right versus Rolex on the left. The Rolex on the right is bigger because the dial is smaller, like just in terms of proportion. We can assume that this font size is the same. We're assuming it's the same, we're talking about like maybe a 5 or 10% increase in size overall is a rough, because I can easily tell that the Rolex writing on the right is bigger, and same with Daytona as well, and substantially actually. So that would normally mean that's at least 10% bigger, which would put this right into the 41 millimeter territory, I think.
And 41 was kind of everyone's guess, since they have 41 millimeter cases already.
41 millimeters and a true 41, so that so
Right.
it won't be measure smaller. Interesting. I can't say going to an insert is at all an improvement. Maybe if I see one in person, I'll be like, oh, the insert makes the difference. Like, how on earth did they go with bare ceramic before? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, again, the thing that surprised me, and I'm leaning pretty heavily on this, is a two-tone watch with a titanium base. That's what I expect the GMT Master 2 to be. I really wasn't waiting that. I wasn't expecting that. But the return of the Jubilee for the GMT Master 2 in precious metal and two-tone executions is good news, music to my ears.
I think it'd be reasonable to assume that the root beer will be not perhaps loudly proclaimed available in Jubilee, but if we go to their catalog in a few hours, I imagine that we might see the root beer available on Jubilee now.
Maybe. Yeah, that will be one thing that we might start digging into or biting into in a little bit. I mean, in about 15 minutes, Tudor at least is going to come up with the new releases. I love how Big Meech is already butthurt about the titanium.
I don't know where this comes from as an owner of the yacht master himself. And it's certainly not that this new yacht master would displace his in any way. So I've got no idea where that's coming from. Apart from objectively, going to a slab-sided case on the yacht master is a
Yeah.
little bit of a how would you sort of a ham-fisted moment. It's sort of like you sort of shoved the yacht master into a tool watch case. But it's titanium, and I was talking to my wife about it. The
Mhm.
Yachtmaster is the watch that they can literally do anything with, right? Like they can go crazy, they can go subdued, they can push it into the tool direction, push it into a dress direction. There's no, it's a chameleon in that regard. It doesn't, like whatever you want it to be, Rolex, the Yachtmaster can be it for you.
By the way, the professor overall, with one of his biggest claims, um, turned out to be right. Like, of all these new releases, the great majority of them are either precious metal or two tone. The
Mm-hmm.
Daytona renewal, which he also predicted and in a way insisted upon, seems to be upon us now. Um, yeah, those two trends. I mean, this again, it may be stainless steel,
Mm.
but I feel like this combination strikes me very similar to that white gold um, with the green dial, or that was also available in the pink gold green
Mm-hmm.
dial with the day date 40. So this may well be a white gold sky dweller, but maybe it is stainless steel. Who knows?
Kevy's got a comment. The Rolex watches you're showing the official watches. Look, as best as we can tell, these are actual leaks. They're on basically the thumbnails and images associated with Rolex's
Yeah.
sponsored ads on Google. So
Kev, let's put, like, an example just to demonstrate to Kev, and no, we are not, um, these are different order of images, let's put it like this, than the um, earlier so-called leaks. For example, we search for Rolex Yachtmaster, right? The sponsored ad for Rolex comes up with this small thumbnail, admittedly very small, but it looks like a kind of Yachtmaster that they never had in the lineup so far. And the tint of the case material in combination with the oyster bracelet gives us the idea that this is a new titanium Yachtmaster, just as an example. So, or we write day date here. As Ozzy said, that's the sponsored Rolex ad that comes up with the new Tiger Eye dial.
and I'll tell you why we're seeing different images. Like if you go and search it, you might not see the same image. Like some people got the two tone here instead of the full gold. If you're doing an ad campaign on Google or anything else, you'll have different variants of the ad that will show up in this place, and what you get is stats back. Like for example, I put a
Mm.
thumbnail like this or I put a thumbnail like that, and you want to see what the click-through rate is. So that's why it's random, because there are different ads being shown in its place and they'll have different images associated. But I mean,
See.
if you type in Yachtmaster, they're not showing a different Yachtmaster. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So you see, I mean, just a couple of minutes ago, I couldn't come up with this. Now it's back.
Right.
The full gold on the Jubilee, new GMT Master with the black anthracite gray combo bezel. Um, yeah, and the new Oyster Perpetual with the 99
This is
Luftballon.
just
It
so
doesn't come up with
crazy. That Oyster Perpetual. It reminds me of like Kanye West. Now don't don't lose me. Like someone said, Kanye West's shtick is he has so much influence that he just wants to test the waters and just see how much influence he actually has by taking something immensely unpopular and trying to single-handedly make it popular. So that's why you get like his Croc shoes, being gung ho about Trump, and then the most recent thing, which really hurt his wallet.
Hey, look, Ozzy. Apparently, he is back on the side of my people since he rewatched the 21 Jump Street and enjoyed Jonah Hill's performance. So maybe he's back
Okay.
back from cancellation now.
Well, someone needs to call Adidas because they reported in the last quarter that they had over $200 million worth of inventory that they weren't going to sell and would have to write down. So, like, just hold off on the furnaces, guys. We may be able to wind this one back.
Shit. That I know you didn't intend it, but that furnace comment rang very ominously as part of this conversation. But
Yeah, I
I'll
guess
allow it. I'll allow
Kanye's like, okay, slow down with the furnaces. I'm talking about my shoes.
Yes, yes. It was just we were just referring to the Yeezy guys. So Oyster Perpetual, when you write it, sometimes the one with the balloons comes up. It didn't come up for me this time, but I think Oz had a picture
No,
of
I
it
didn't
in
have that
Discord,
one
no?
actually. I'll try bring it up. You know me, I only look at the sports watches. I don't give a fuck about these other. This is the garbage.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm laughing, but it's true because, I mean, compared to a lot of people, your wife has a more respectable collection of Rolex sports watches, basically, than most of everyone else. So I can see that. Like I think the girliest watch uh, Mrs. Aussie Expat has is probably the OP36
Yeah,
in candy pink.
yeah,
Um,
that's right.
so even that is quite quite respectable compared to the um, air balloon kind of thing. Oh,
Okay,
Professor, how are you doing?
Ah, hello, good morning.
hello.
You are not
Hello,
missing your
guys.
plane. You are not missing your plane, I hope, huh? You are not missing your flight.
No, I missed it.
Oh dear.
What are you talking
What?
about?
Yeah, I missed it. I slept. I
Seriously?
slept.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sure.
I did that
Cannot. No,
once. It was my last
I slept.
weekend in Switzerland, and I was leaving. Like I packed up my apartment. I was gone for good, and my next assignment wasn't going to be in Switzerland.
Ah,
And so we just got severely drunk the night before. And then in the morning, I woke up with like 30 minutes to go. And I'm just like, oh my God, I just jammed everything to my suitcase. And I didn't brush my teeth. I didn't do anything. I was just completely horribly disheveled. And I actually made it to the flight. And in all of my life, I've taken many flights. I've never sat down next to a good looking woman. That rendezvous never happened, except that day. And she was gorgeous. And she actually invited me to go to her place in Mayfair or something. And I was just so drunk and still with a huge hangover. Like nothing came of that at all. But yeah, wild story. But I feel for you, Professor. Missing a flight's never fun.
No, it really isn't. By the way, I don't know how real these pictures are, but if they are, big if true, as the youngins say, this is the revitalized IWC Ingenieur
oh,
with the silver, uh, the black, and green dial with that characteristic carbon fiber design. It seems more loyal to the original Gerard Janta design than it has been for generations now. So we'll see. I hope it returns and returns like this. I mean, these look like renderings, so they may be fake, but who knows? They also look pretty realistic. Good to see you. We don't yet know the changes don't seem so radical that it would necessarily announce the coming of a new caliber, but maybe, maybe. I don't think so though. I have to say, I have to be honest. I think it's still the 4130. Um, but we are about to hear from Tudor, so I will hold that in the background. Are you feeling okay though, Professor?
Yeah, yeah, I'm very happy that if I had shares in the company, I would be a billionaire now.
Professor, I was just commenting on, the two big. Maybe that's why you missed the plane and joined us on the live stream, because I was saying Professor made two big claims and they hit. One, a renewed Daytona line, and two, that most of everything they release, except for the Daytonas, perhaps, are either in precious metal or in two-tone. A lot of the new release, I mean, the majority of the new releases are precious metal watches or two-tone pieces, except for the titanium Yachtmaster, possibly a new Explorer,
Yes.
and the Sky Dweller with the green dial, maybe stainless steel, but it looks like white gold to me. I might be completely wrong. But everything else is precious metal. So great two predictions, Professor. Those were the big two. And all I got right was I said they will do something interesting with Oyster Perpetual because they want to renew the line, and they gave me 99 Luftballons, Professor. That's all I could
This
get.
looks like was it a Chopard, happy diamonds, except instead of giving you like diamonds that roll around, they just paint some colors on the dial. You
So
don't
not
need that
not so
crap
happy,
moving around in there. That's not fun. Just this is more fun.
not so happy, and no diamonds at all. I think that seems like something Rolex would do.
I like that. Not so happy, not really diamond dial. Look, is this going to be another Oyster Perpetual lineup again where everyone just says, I'm not buying that shit? And then 3 months
Yes,
later, it's like triple
yes.
the money.
Hey, Ozzy, if I know you're a great customer, so you will be offered all of these new Oyster Perpetuals. If I'm still invited, to that boutique opening in April, I will come with a whole wad of cash, and we will go to your authorized dealer and buy all the Oyster
That would
Perpetuals.
be funny. Is the background of this turquoise? Is this sort of like an FU at the whole Tiffany craze? We got. What can we do? Just do some MS Paint stuff on the dial and see if people still buy it. I was like,
You're right. It
Professor,
is.
as you pointed out, they need to like manage down this line such that it turns to garbage again.
Yeah, yeah, it's turning to garbage. I mean, they're not going to do anything with that line. It's for the ones who bought it are the people who are flirting with garbage. So let them continue. Omega and Tudor will issue a lot of these garbage colors, um, and and I think the secret to the sauce is they will get people now to buy the heavy pieces. They'll make them think that they're buying God. This is going to be the new thing for the next 20 years, and they will reduce production on the steel. So you guys in 15 years from now all are going to be wearing day dates.
But I mean, 15 years from now, chances are, I might not even be alive. So let's not go that far. But Thomas Burnett sent, oh, JB, welcome, welcome.
Hey,
Good
hey.
morning. Can you show the Odysseus chrono? Odysseus chrono is an information that I came up with simply by looking Erlange und Söhne.
You
This is
can, but
what
for
I
1 minute and 50 seconds.
Probably it's going to be something like that, but this is what.
Ozzy, are you on fire? What are you doing?
Yeah, just
are you
putting out
smoking?
some fat clouds.
Okay.
He's doing his chimney impression.
Hey JB, how are you doing, man?
Hey,
All
hello,
good.
JB.
Hey, how's it going, Professor? No, I was just thinking on this Daytona. I've got the tutor that the Black Bay Chrono, and they tried the same kind of bezel deployment on that one, and so I think it looks sharp. Ozzy, I just wanted to know what's it like to have a discontinued Daytona now.
Yeah, I did put it on my Discord. I put, "Good night, sweet prince. You have 2 more hours left of being the new model."
I hope it doesn't turn out to be like one of those old iPhones that no one liked. They had a couple
Yeah,
of those
I'm not
generations
sure
where
that's going to happen.
Thomas, just to let you know again, that was something I came upon through a search. So it was just the writing, no, not even pictures. It's an educated guess, but it should be announced quite soon. But let's tune in with only 35 seconds left to Tutor's main page and see what they have in store for us. Man, Tutor, 15 seconds. So excited. We'll hear the pin drop.
So Black Bay 54, Black Bay GMT, Black Bay 31, 36, 39, 41, probably of new in-house movements, and a new Tudor Royal.
Okay. Black Bay on a Jubilee as well. See full video. All right. Let's see.
And here I am. I am a manufacturer. So, what is that? It comes from Latin. Manufacere, hand making. Their hands, that is. Me? I don't have hands. No, but I'm here to help. Yes, imagine the potential of combining craft and tech, of working hand in hand. Whoa, nice. Now, let's start at the beginning. To make watches, you don't just go.
I like that Michelangelo-like.
They have the
connection
new
between-
Daytona. The new Daytona, Lord, has been announced. New Daytona,
on the Rolex
Cellini,
website.
yes sir, Yachtmaster,
Okay,
Sky
Rolex takes
Dweller,
precedence always.
GMT Master 2 Jubilee, Explorer 40, some bullshit or Oyster Perpetual for Mickey Mouse. Date.
All right, so let's look through again the new Daytona.
Wow.
Let's see what they actually give us. Oh, Paul Newman. Updated display. The dial receives a new graphic balance, new resized and restyled hour markers and counter rings. Subtle combinations of colors and finishes accentuate the contrast between the dial and the counters and or their rings, bringing even greater visual harmony and more modern demeanor to the face of the Cosmograph. Redesigned case, graceful lines of light, so much marketing fluff, are elegantly reflected from the sides of its redesigned middle case. On versions with a Cerachrome bezel in ceramic, the bezel is edged with the same metal as the case. This is something we guessed.
So it's an
as
edge,
well.
not an insert. Interesting.
Yeah, you see, even in the platinum, it's different.
And in the Platinum, they've done a transparent case.
Hey,
Case
pardon,
back.
pardon me, platinum.
Platinum. And they have a new caliber.
41,
31.
41.
There you go.
Open case.
We said it in Lord's channel.
Well, Professor said it on this channel. So, but the exhibition case back is only reserved for the platinum, Professor, or
Yes, sir. Platinum. Only for the best. For those who want to go complete bankruptcy.
Well, HELOC and bankruptcy, don't happen at the same time,
Okay, new Yachtmaster 42. Let's check that out very quickly. Presumably, it's the titanium mastering lightness. There you go.
What's the price?
Yachtmaster
That's what I want to
42.
know. What's the price?
RLX titanium on the full bracelet.
So they're bringing this toward almost like a modern day sub.
Yep.
Yeah, I was looking at this and I was staring at it. I was just like, what is really the difference between this and a titanium sub, apart from that bezel insert?
Nothing. This is Submariner.
Bi-directional bezel.
Yeah, it's bi-directional.
It's the cooking watch. It's a cooking watch.
It's a cooking watch, yes. Oh, it's
okay, those are chunky sides
than a regular Yachtmaster.
The Yachtmaster 40 would have more of the Daytona sides.
That's true.
I think they have some freedom here on the bezel. That's when we talked about this a while back, you and I, Lord, we said this had the most potential to grow this line. I think they're probably going to discontinue perhaps the 37.
No.
I think if they discontinue anything, it wouldn't be 37.
You don't think 37 on Yachtmaster too?
No.
I mean Yachtmaster.
Screw this dog. Go to the Explorer.
Okay, let's see what they have. I'll come back to this, guys.
This is not a sports watch, so you gotta do the important non-garbage watches first.
Explorer 40. You know what makes me so happy about the Explorer 40? Because now we can
buy it.
Understand Meech as
Meech
the
will be happy.
lady size. Now Meech's has been reduced to lady size because we have a real men's Explorer watch at 40.
I don't know what to say about this. This, to me, in this size, it's second fiddle. It's for the big boys who really wanted a real Explorer again. Fine.
No, I think it serves a nice sweet spot, right? I mean, it will.
For sure.
A lot of people will go for the Explorer 40 for sure. It will be a hit.
Look, we were saying earlier as part of our larger conversations that Rolex is very much invested in creating distinctions, and not only aesthetic distinctions, between different model lines. So now that the Submariner is, for example, 41, I guess it makes sense to have something that is perhaps a more real 40, or maybe a smidgen below it in terms of real measurements, as a distinct line, because the Explorer 2 is 42 now. So I feel like, every line has something different to offer now. And it's not just the difference between, the rotating bezel and a fixed bezel and a smooth bezel and fluted bezel. There are more differences now between lines.
And they created a Jubilee GMT version. Lord, I think we said it as well. Oh, it will be nice to create Jubilee in GMT.
Yeah.
Two-tone.
Well, I'm checking the root beer right now to see if it does actually have a Jubilee option now.
I wonder if the GMT two-tone is titanium and gold as I expected, or is it?
Yeah, it has full gold and two-tone, but it's not a root beer in the classic way.
Wow, the whole website's been completely redone.
It's more like a Bumblebee GMT.
Yeah.
No, I get that, but the rendering registered very dark, so I'm wondering if that's only. Oh yeah, it's oyster steel and yellow gold, so it's not titanium as I expected.
No Jubilee
titanium,
on the Everose root beer yet.
Very nice. And Cellini, excellent.
Because it was so dark, Professor, I thought this may have been titanium in combination with the gold, but I was wrong.
But compared to his black, I think that's a good look with the gray on the bottom.
I think so. I mean, again, Rolex doesn't like doing the same thing over and over, even though, on the other hand, you might say this is exactly what they're doing.
But it
I'm
seems
glad.
it seems to sit so nice against the stainless there.
I think it looks good on the gold as well. I like having different colors on this. I mean, I think it makes sense because it's supposed to distinguish, AM, PM, day, night. So it makes sense to have two colors, even though I have a soft spot for black as well. But this is great.
Okay, big question. How much does the Yachtmaster cost? Let's see, size.
Does it say?
I'm about to configure one. Doesn't look like we've lost any variants.
14,050 in US dollars. The
That's
Yachtmaster 42.
cheap. I think the regular Yachtmaster's 12.5, so it's not much of a premium. I mean, it does have a platinum bezel on the other one.
By the way, the whole page changed, like you guys said, and Yachtmaster has 37, 40, and 42.
Oh man, it's only available in 42 millimeter. I think I'm out. I think I'm out. That combined with the huge slab sides, I think I'm out.
It's like the big sub, though.
Yeah.
Well, I was joking with someone the other day that with the slab size and how thick it is, that this kind of competes for position if they come out at 42, because the prototype was 42. It competes in position with the Sea Dweller 43. But the only real difference there is obviously, bring up to titanium. But I mean, you could say this is a sub, but I'd say this is more of a Sea Dweller.
I think it's a modern approach. I mean, just think in the future years what they could do with the bezel here. My dream would be for it to be almost like a heat blue, or be able to come out with some material that is incredibly strong, but has this kind of contrast. Because I like the way that it's like matte behind it and then it shines. So it's.
Ooh. Can I interrupt
for
Thomas's question, because Hodinky has information on the Odysseus chronograph. Lovely red accent. I think is it a split second chronograph? No, it is probably running seconds and then chronograph seconds and a 60-minute counter here. That's what I'm guessing. We'll see. It's in steel. Automatic movement. And of course the date with a black dial, which makes the watch look like a sports watch more than the earlier iterations. Okay, indeed, the register at 6 o'clock shows running seconds. The red seconds hand is your chronograph seconds. And instead of there being a minutes register, the other hand in silver is actually a minutes counter. So
that's unique.
Yeah, they do that. They used to have the Type 21 expressing the minutes this way, and that's a nice way to keep the dial as minimalistic as possible. Preserve that visual character of day and date display, and have red for chronograph and the steel for, or maybe rhodium plated, more lozenge tipped for the minute counter. And what's the price? Let's check that out. It's a big boy, by the way, 42.5, so bigger than the earlier time only version, or rather the day date version. 14.2 in thickness. price to be announced, only 100 units. So once again, a watch that's only for the 1%, as has become the new normal. We go back to Rolex, guys.
Yes.
Rolex, Lord, Ozzy,
Yes, sir.
JB, what are the price of these watches now? You told us about the Yachtmaster. How about the Explorer?
Oh, let's see.
I think they're under
Daytona.
10,000, aren't they?
Those are going to be pretty predictable. I'd say about 9K for the Explorer.
Okay.
They moved the Explorer 2 up from a low 9K price point into the closer to 10K last year, like a huge price increase that I had to pay, I guess, to make room for an Explorer and 40 millimeter. I just want to summarize Tudor. Like, people have asked me, and I'm a big Tudor fan. I've asked for them to do nothing this year. They've pretty much done nothing this year. Don't worry about it. No, but real summary, if you want a Black Bay 36 with an ETA movement, buy it today because they've just put the in-house movement in. It's probably more expensive. It's probably thicker. Everything else is pretty snooze. There's a white dial Black Bay GMT, which looks okay. And for some reason, a 37 millimeter Black Bay 58. It's like, okay. Because people were complaining about that Black Bay 58 size.
Why couldn't I find the Explorer? Okay. The new Explorer 40.
So someone was saying the Milgauss is gone. I'm trying to... I don't know how to navigate this whole website anymore.
Yeah, it's different now. So let's click this. No. Explorer 36. Let's see. Configure. Start. 40.
So I don't see the...
77.
So Oyster Perpetual. Oh, that's very affordable. The Oyster Perpetual 36 hasn't lost its colors.
How much is it? What's 77, Lord?
Explorer 40 is 7,700 in US dollars.
Okay.
And this is a new size.
Yes, sir.
New size.
Yeah, it looks almost exactly like a scaled up 36 to the extent that I think the crown is too big now.
Milgauss doesn't show up as a product family, so that seems to check out for.
It's discontinued. But it will be garbage anyway. It will fall into the garbage can.
I wanted the blue one.
You wanted the blue one. You can still get it.
It has no date. Oh,
Explorer.
Oh my God, they have gone full cheesy. Make the world your oyster. That's the new slogan.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse.
The only thing I'll say about this, okay, yeah, like on its face when we're looking at like men's watches, but if you have this on a lady that you're going out who's wearing a white plain dress, you can kind of get away with some of these accessories being out there. I think this is an incredibly weird watch to have. I mean, this is a novelty.
Yeah. I mean, look, woman can get away with just about anything. I mean, JB, I respect your opinion, but that doesn't say much. You know.
What are the significance of the colors there? Is it the same ones that they currently have out right now?
I think honestly, it's like a giga mega troll moment. Maybe we have discontinued these dial colors, but here you go. We'll give you all of them.
The one the turquoise arrived. The Tiffany colored one arrived for you.
Those are the caskets that we were going to put those.
We have leftover paint.
Yeah, Rolex is trolling us. Oyster 41 with basically all the Tiffany, coral, candy pink, Rolex green, school bus yellow,
Yep.
the El Profesor special. Everything
Yeah.
all at once.
It's a
Everything
last
everywhere
hurrah.
all at once.
The biggest guy's disappointment is the Yachtmaster, which appeared in not just 42. I'm okay with the 42. You just eat more burgers and you become fatter. That's okay. But the issue is the Cyclops. I was expecting that they
Yeah,
would
you're
do
right.
away with the Cyclops. You know, the whole yachting Sir Ben Ainsley, whatever his name is.
I was expecting a no
Fascination.
date as well.
Yeah, that's
Honestly,
my
like
biggest. Yeah,
the
Ozzy.
Yachtmaster, there's so many things about it that I'm not going to ask for one. Like there's
Oh,
like it's
wait
only
a
available
second.
in 42. It's gone slab sided. It's not a no date. Then and there's no oyster flex. Like they just missed so many things that I was hyped about that I can't say I'm honestly that excited anymore. Good price though. I was expecting 17, 18, something like that, like well above two-tone. So, I'll give Rolex credit there on pricing.
Did they have that sunburst pink before at the 31 millimeter?
Yeah.
They did?
Also, are you wearing your Panda?
Yeah. I've been wearing it for just over a week and a half now, and I've got another 3 weeks to go, according to my spreadsheet. I'm
Yeah.
one watching it. Just I take one out of the bank, and then I take it off when the spreadsheet tells me so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
okay,
it
now it
forces
makes
me to
sense.
wear it like a one
Now it
watch,
makes
and it's
sense.
not that good of a
But
one watch.
it brings up an interesting point on this is what does it do exactly to that dial when they not when they discontinue it, but when they change it and iterate it. If it has the new movement, that's one thing, but it doesn't look anything like yours. The only thing that's very similar with it is maybe the size and the bezel that is made out of Kerachrome or Cerachrome, they call it. Otherwise, you've got the 5-digit 16520 subdials in the very thin portions,
Yes.
but they're also pushed up just like they have.
That shocked me. If they were going to do like new and everything, I thought they would have gone back to the, everything symmetrical and lined up. Okay.
So I can show you two points where I would say like almost like dead giveaway. Let me turn my camera on.
Yeah, it looks very similar now.
All right, so you see at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock, right where those subdial hands are in the center, it's a completely straight line.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can see the center.
They've got the gold indices here at the top. I'm gonna get it to focus. Gold indices there, gold hands. But you see the size of those subdials, they're thin tracks. You have a lot of kind of negative space in between there of each one of the subdials. All right. But you see in the current modern version, these are going to be moved up a little bit, just a hair.
Into the 10 and the 2.
Yep. Okay, now look. On the outside of the bezel. Okay, this is a Tudor Black Bay Pro Chrono. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so they tried this here where the bezel is setting really close to how those renderings look. Let me see if I can get out of it like
definitely.
this.
Yep.
And
just hold it steady. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, very close. And Lord, if they've got 360 views of the Daytona on the website. If you scroll down, I think. But what's really interesting is, while they say it's metal edged, it's definitely sitting on top of the metal, in my opinion. It looks like an insert.
Yeah, that's
See?
what I see there. Yeah, I think that's like an entire bezel in which they set in the Cerachrome. You know, they may have. I mean, I don't think this was a common problem at all, but ceramic can crack and shatter. So it aesthetically, I think it looks okay, but it might be also something protective to have the same metal around it, so you don't have direct contact to the ceramic
The
bezel.
ceramic, yeah.
Again, not that was a common problem.
Yeah, I personally think the sort of the naked ceramic was very distinctive. But you know, this is still distinctive. It's not, you know, it's not.
I think this is going to be seen so often that they're going to think the 5-digit Daytona and then the current one are the cool ones. 5-digit Daytona prices are going up immediately. I think, you know.
Well, you do get a little bit of revitalization there, JB. I don't doubt that for a second. And of
Good
course,
thing I had Lord Hellespont V when he was.
Wow,
when
that's a huge increase, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a slight increase in the price now, 15,100.
I think it was 14.2 or something. So this is going up by 900.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, the Zenith is going to be always a classic. I think long term, that's where the smart money is for sure. You know, it's the first generation of
that bezel is minty.
Self-winding. Yeah,
I'm gonna take it off. I'll show you.
He got a very, very mint full set as well.
Oh, I didn't realize the Zeniths had PCLs. Are the lugs also polished or brushed? Yep. Wow. Okay. Polished center links.
Yeah, that was the first Rolex professional watch to receive that treatment. If I'm not mistaken, Professor can check me on that if I did it. But when it was introduced in 1988, that was the case, I think.
So they took this watch and the size of the subdials. Let me just make it slow. And they moved them up.
I mean, the movement up is because of the movement. I mean, the layout is necessitated by the movement, I think.
You know, the new Yachtmaster, the lug profile is very Tudor-like, in my opinion. The way that it slopes down, like, honestly, that's like the Pelago shape to me.
I think it's the chamfers and everything looks, of course, very much like the deep challenge that they introduced. You know, the
Pelagos also has those chamfers.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely true.
The lug profile, the chamfers, it looks to me like, if I just look at that area of the watch, it just looks and feels like a Pelagos to me. But I mean, that's not really an accident. But it to me, it implies it may wear a little bit better than a regular Rolex at this size, because the way the end links curve down will be a little bit more aggressive to come straight down.
So was there any news on the Cellini?
Yeah, replaced by the 1908.
1908.
So you see, these look very similar to the New York. We can go to 1908 soon, 1908. But yeah, the finishing is very similar to the Deep Sea Challenge. And the sizing is not much different too, 42, 50.
This kills
It's
me.
all the
Like
same.
I'm just gonna have to say, like I can't do 42. Like that combined with the only thing that gives me pause is these lugs do look like Tudor lugs where they curve, closer to coming to straight down at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Comes very close to like that Tudor lug profile, which is very flattering for smaller wrists. Interesting.
Okay, guys, which is your surprise, your pleasant surprise, and your disappointment? Please, gentlemen. Mr. Lord, Your Excellency,
Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor.
For me, we have not checked the 1908 yet, so I can't say anything about that. For me, I think the Yachtmaster Titanium was our best guess. We have been expecting it for a while. I think it makes sense. I was also expecting the titanium is probably going to come in a large watch. It's probably not going to be for me. I think 42 in white gold was already too big, so it's not going to be significantly different in titanium, even though it's a different case, at least at first blush. My disappointment, look, I would have said Oyster Perpetual, but now that instead of the balloons, it looks like basically that they have reiterated all the popular Oyster Perpetual colors, dial colors. I think it's a great troll release by Rolex. A big fuck you to the customer, big fuck you to Omega, which copied those dial colors. It's
Yeah.
actually a stroke of genius, if you ask me. But I'm a Rolex fanboy, so I'm easily pleased. My disappointment, I think, is probably the Daytona. I have to say, I don't see the reason to for the new movement. Is it really that different? Specifications don't give much of anything at this moment, although I have to look at the details. Maybe they changed a few things, but power reserve doesn't look much different. The exhibition case spec is apparently a platinum exclusive, like you said, Professor, so that doesn't change much for most of the releases.
And now Ozzy will start salivating again.
For the platinum?
Yes.
Yeah, let's ask Ozzy. Ozzy, what is your, start with whichever you want, but your big disappointment and your favorite release?
Sure.
Rolex.
Geez. So huge surprise is that all the Daytona line is updated all in one go. I anticipated that they would do, like, if they do something, they'll do it in platinum, and that's the new model. It appears to me that they are just saying, let's do all of them like this, including like the entire catalog. I still have to look at the catalog properly to understand exactly what's going on. But it's also a really huge disappointment, in my opinion. I'm not really preferential for any of the changes, but I can understand someone who says all of the changes are good. But for me, none of the changes are better. I'm not really in favor of, like, for ceramic to have the metal edge, or slash turning it into an insert over it being a naked ceramic. I don't want it bigger. I'm a smaller guy. If you're a bigger guy, I totally get it. This is more appealing. The subdials, I could go either way on that one. So yeah, overall, that's a big disappointment to me. And the Yachtmaster was expected, but I'm also a little disappointed there. Every aspect of that watch, that I thought I would be pleased with. They've sort of gone a slightly different way. Went to slab-sided case, kept the date on, did it in the 42 instead of hopefully the more universal 40.
Yeah, they don't make the 40 and the Oysterflex, the Oysterflex Yachtmaster unless it's in rose gold, right? See, only rose gold. And then if you want to have white gold, you've got to go up to 42.
Yeah.
And then now with this one, it's 42 as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, that dial color, that stone we thought was tiger eye is actually carnelian. So it's a different stone. The turquoise I could find as well. We haven't yet found the green stone. But
this is in 36, right? 36?
Yes, sir.
36.
Yes, sir.
So what guts me about this is I don't think the Yachtmaster's for me. And you guys know I was sort of clamoring for like a high-end Daytona, knowing that they've replaced the entire Daytona line means I'm probably not trying to get anything anymore.
Why wouldn't you get the new Daytona?
It's too big.
Too big. You have one.
Yeah. No, but this is 38 millimeter. The new Daytona, I'm assuming, is closer to 41.
No, I think it's going to be
exactly
41. I don't think so.
We'll have to find out. I mean, someone's going to have to get hands on, but
we're
just assuming it's going to be move up in size.
But I think they took a lot of design cues from the 5-digit 16520 that I have, and put a Carachrome bezel on it. And now it sounds also like a new movement. And visually, it looks like a throwback, but it's in line with the old one. Much thinner subdials. Like right away on the size, they just look completely different on those black subdials. The thin ones look, significantly thinner.
Yeah.
On the 5-digit Daytona, the look of it is more of a kind of a wholesome milk white, I would say. There is, I saw the version you have, the one that released before this one, and it almost looked like, to me, the texture of a toilet, as far as like porcelain, like white, And my wonder is here, and it's hard to tell in the pictures, is it look like I'm going to be ice skating on it like that, or doing something else with it, or is it going to be kind of a more warmer white?
It wouldn't surprise me if they got it whiter, because there is a good difference between the Explorer 2 216570 to the 226570. So, and I don't think this Daytona, the 500 LN, is as white as my Explorer 2. So who knows which direction it goes in person.
I think
Patek came out with absolute trash, by the way. We should get to that at some point.
Excellent. Trash.
JB, go ahead. The garbage, I want to.
Garbage. Continue buying, guys.
The 5-digit, I'm just going to go back to it. The 5-digit design is what they used. As long as you don't innately know exactly what's on the 5-digit Daytona, then it won't annoy you, the placement of the rings, because they moved them up just as much, using the movement to the same subdial registers placement to the current version.
The Meteorite dial Daytona is gone.
Meteorite.
The Meteorite dial is gone. There's no variation of Meteorite anymore.
So that affects sucks. One of the white gold ones.
White gold.
They run out of it.
So when it comes to the bezel, that's what I had in mind when I said it reminds me of the Acolyte / acrylic bezels, right? You see how it's framed by stainless steel on both ends, and it's like an insert that pops in.
Yes.
They've even gotten rid of the diamond indice sundust dial.
Can we go back? Are the running seconds at the normal spot on the new ones?
They're at 6 o'clock.
They are. It doesn't. That didn't change. I mean, I don't think the movement changed
look like
all
much
that
of an
much.
upgrade.
It's 4131 is not that much different than 4130, but
it was a perfect model, the 4130. They shouldn't have done. There's no need. I mean, these are little tweaks. It costs very little for them to make these tweaks. Slight adjustments.
But while you guys discuss the new Daytona, I will try to understand on the background what the difference actually is in terms of variations. Let's see if we can find.
You know, the lugs, they made them thinner. They enlarged slightly here and there. I mean, they cannot go out of line too much, Lord, on this one.
No, I don't care about that. I was thinking about the caliber. I don't care about the design much.
Yeah, the caliber, small adjustments. It's a perfect caliber. The movement is perfect anyway. Let me say a few things also about, if you allow me, shall I, or you want to go, JB? I don't know, time-wise.
Go uninterrupted. Let him, Lord.
Floor is yours.
Okay, uninterrupted. Okay, thank you. So, Lord, yes, the Daytona is here. Thank you very much. The issue, of course, becomes back to Ozzy's issue, is that if it goes up, the price spikes a little bit. The question is, if you're offered the Daytona now, old iteration, will you buy this one or wait for the new one? A lot of people will start, horse trading, selling the old one to buy the new one, and that's why you see a price correction. Usually, it goes up and then it corrects. Not all models go up, right? I mean, we will have to see if the Milgauss ever moves to anywhere. To JB's issue, JB, you can still get the watch. ADs are still receiving copies of the iteration. One or two or three, they will still receive, right? So if you are in good terms with your AD, you might be able still to get it, because production doesn't stop in March, right? They still have 2 or 3 more consignments to complete.
Nice.
I think that's my only hope of getting the Daytona that I want. It's like, and I'm sure like those gem set ones, like even a year after release of the new model, there's still remote hope that a gem set one would still be in the works on the old case. We'll see.
Sorry, I'm back. So I was saying to JB, you can still get the old iteration Milgauss if you want it, because they still send out, they still have a couple of consignments where they will include some of these Milgausses if you're really into it. Lord, the Submariner anniversary was ditched.
That's right.
And it will come, but not when you expect or I expect it. But it's not going to come anytime soon, in the next year or two. But yes, they remember we talked about it at some point. And anyway, I had to say something about that. I don't want to get in trouble. The disappointment for me, so the jubilation is okay, Daytona, fine. They did an open case, which this is the first time they're doing it. It's a historic first for Rolex to be, well, in the modern iteration, right? For them to be showing the case back. And of course, they're going to do it with a platinum, the bankruptcy watch. You know, you want to get bankrupt, we'll go with the platinum. That watch now will probably retail above 85,000 USD without even the diamond bezel. So it becomes a significant a significant a significant cost outlay. It's not an investment. Again, I'm not recommending investments here. So I was happy with that. Pretty expected the GMT, right? Nothing there. Disappointed that the root beer didn't have a Jubilee, but they put a Jubilee two-tone somewhere, so they're moving ahead with that. Nothing to call home about with this GMT. I mean, it's okay. The Explorer is for me the biggest happy moment. The Explorer 1. This is for me the sweet spot. It will be an excellent addition. I will try to get it myself in a couple of years, when all this settles. It's a nice, very nice piece. If you're not into the sub no date, this is a sweet spot. They did the 40 millimeter, which they understand quite well that 40 is the sweet spot, and the sub does very well in that. Yachtmaster, I was disappointed, clearly, not because of the titanium, but the no date. I thought that they would really produce something unique, but they went for the easy option. I think it will be difficult to see it as a hit because it's 42 millimeters, and a 42 millimeter watch, as Ozzy knows very well, with his Polar Explorer, it's a kind of a love or hate. I mean, you either have the wrist or you don't, and you need to wear it close to the skin. It cannot be a loose watch because it's a big watch. So let's see. The Yachtmaster, it will be for certain people. I'm happy they did the titanium version, but not so happy that it's a no date. Cellini, I praise for they're trying to get that line to be resuscitated out of the grave. That's a dead man walking, and that's an attempt to keep it alive. Not very clear that the Milgauss has been discontinued, but they will bring it back, guys. In the next 2 years, they'll put it in the Air King case. That will be the new thing, and I think it will be a hit because Air King is doing quite well in the numbers. They're selling quite well, believe it or not. Sometimes even better in certain regions and countries than the Submariner.
I believe it. I believe it. I
Yeah.
mean, it's been pretty popular since it came out.
Yeah. And then what else? What else do we have? The Mickey Mouse Oyster Perpetual. Yeah, it's I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. But it's a kind of a look world. We will put a Mickey Mouse line, and it will be desired by every Mickey Mouse person. So let's go with that. They did some changes, as you've seen in the movement. I don't know if they are significant or not. And then, did we miss anything else?
I don't know. You decide. It's your overview.
My overview, yeah.
The
The
Cellini,
Sky Dweller, yeah.
we didn't really look. The Cellini and Sky Dweller, we didn't really explore the options, but something that Ozzy was saying earlier, it seems that they have, at least from the website, they have removed the meteorite dial options for the Daytonas, even though they still existed in day date, for example,
and the
website.
diamond set dials too.
And yes, the baguette,
baguette
diamond
yeah.
set one is the only one that's offered in that configuration for now, seemingly, is the platinum.
Yeah. The platinum, this is the anniversary model for Ozzy. They did it specially for him. Remember one time Ozzy You were saying, I'm going to go and ask for that. And I think I told you, don't buy. I think I told you,
Right.
wait.
I think I prefer the older model. I really do. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, ultimately, all of the Daytonas that are, higher end, meteorite, platinum, and then the gem set stuff. I don't know. I don't really understand what the status of any of those is right now and for the next 6 months that I have to worry about it.
Oh, they did a case back on the Cellini, Lord. Okay.
Yes, the
Very interesting.
new thing, 1908 is in a similar way, a skeletonized full gold rotor
Interesting.
on a self-winding movement with an exhibition case back.
You
So
know,
this
there
is
was a
time
question.
only small seconds. That's the only model right now.
Yeah, and they took out the moon version of the Cellini, which is understandable. I think there is a clear sign here, guys, that
And it's kind of, by the way, Professor, sorry, but
please.
it's seemingly an observatory style hand. I thought it had I thought it had luminous material, but it seems actually it's left open.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Professor. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the point was, I think I was asked a couple of weeks ago whether Rolex is gonna go into the Patek territory complications and so forth. I think the answer is no, but they will make it interesting, and I think this is the answer. And the reason why it's a no, it's not because Rolex is stupid. They produce a series of lines that are highly successful, and they don't need to go further afield. They don't need to, but there is always a concern that this is something that Rolex should be doing, and the verdict is not yet complete on this issue of whether we should go more complication with the Cellini, where we go and compete with others, not necessarily Patek, but you know what I mean. So the case back is an interesting iteration.
And it's a very sleek watch. It's a very slim movement, 39 millimeters, so it's not 40 or bigger.
This is just for you, Lloyd.
Do they have one in white gold also?
Yeah, we do. Let's see. Let's pull that up. For me, I don't think so. I would never buy a watch like this. Not from Rolex, not from anyone else. But it's nice. I mean, I don't have anything against it, but
So
not my style.
White gold there.
JB, your turn, sir.
What is a surprise for you? What's the most pleasant release, and what were you disappointed by?
I think it's good. I like what they're doing here. The Daytona change is a little bit of a shock. I mean, it looks exactly like the 5-digit, like I said, and I think that's going to be kind of the cool setup going forward. I don't see them going back to the thick rings like Aussies, and so you'll have a clear kind of distinction going forward. That's the main thing. I like the colors in the GMT with the Jubilee. I think that's hot. I think they've got a lot of. I think there's a lot of people actually that like the colors of the root beer, but don't actually like root beer and would never buy a watch that's associated with a drink that they would never drink. So now this wouldn't be quite the root beer, and I could stomach the colors. But I think they did a nice job. And we had said on this show that the Yachtmaster is their next kind of place to grow, to bring some of these watches modern. That may be like a vector that they're going out on. I like what they did to the Daytona, though. I do. I think the ends of those, right where the bezel hits, is perfect. Yeah.
Cool. So you don't really have any disappointments or anything?
I'm reserving judgment on that Oyster Perpetual that looks like balloon stacked.
Would you buy it, JB?
No, but I do see a purpose for it in the world. I think if you were going out and had kind of a plain looking outfit on that had, almost all the same color, like think of like a woman's dress that's like kind of a gown, you could wear a watch like that that's out there. Right? I don't know. That's kind of how I think of it. It's more of a playful watch.
Yeah. I think also the Yachtmaster, going back to the comment by Thomas, it's entering into a territory which is the Explorer 2 territory, the 42 millimeter, the Submariner 41, which is not really 41. What I dislike is that they didn't put on the dial something to distinguish it. It's all kind of gray, black, a little bit of red or blue would have made a difference. And the question is, it's a good question, will it take some of the demand off the sub? And I think it could, but also it might not. You see, the issue is that I don't think, people will, if somebody goes for the sub, they will go for the sub. It will not be your first watch. It will be your second watch. It will be like Ozzy and his catalog collection. It's like the 55th watch.
No, sure. I mean, it makes all the difference, right? At the end of the day, when you home into the nuances and make these sorts of reserve judgments, like Thomas said, the Yachtmaster is a modern sub killer watch. I also love the 1908, a dressy Explorer with exhibition caseback. I think, by all means, by the way, I think the 1908 is a nice dress watch, but I would never buy a dress watch from Rolex, and certainly not at that price point. But that's beside the point. Going back to the Yachtmaster, for certain people, the Submariner will always be the Submariner. And, we had a back and forth, the professor and I, about this, when I was insisting that the Yachtmaster was at least initially conceived as Submariner 2.0, and then they backed off precisely because of this problematic, right? You can't design a watch that's distinct from Submariner and call it Submariner, just like you can't introduce another watch and expect it to take the place of a Submariner. But for us in the know, for those who have not just one watch or one Rolex, but a Rolex collection, this can certainly check a lot of boxes, because I know for a fact that there's a reason Submariner 41 was a big hit, because for the longest time, after the ceramic bezels were inserted into the equation, the Submariners were a little top heavy and not very balanced in terms of how the bracelet was proportioned with the case and how it was tapering, and that hit the right spot. Now at 42, I would love to examine this closely, but it seems like a very well balanced watch. So it's offering something new for people who are looking for a bigger watch. And so far, the Yachtmaster 42 was only in precious metal and only on Oyster Flex. So this will open up that line to a different kind of customer, to a different kind of Rolex customer. But I agree with all my colleagues on the panel. The Submariner is still the Submariner, but Yachtmaster 42 looks like a killer watch in titanium.
I also point out, like, Yachtmaster's written in white. I would have much preferred, like, the Everose, that it was written in red. I don't know. It just seems like every single choice that they made, to me, is a suboptimal choice. The only thing I'm liking is the lugs do look like Pelagos lugs. If you go to that shop before and show a Pelagos, they look very, very similar. Very, very similar.
The other thing is, Lord, guys, that they will not produce the Yachtmaster 42 in large numbers.
No.
It will be the hyped piece within the Yachtmaster line to get people to buy the other garbage. You know, because now every line will have the garbage line and the enticing model. This is, the Daytona. Everybody now will ask for the Platinum. I mean, those who can cough up 85,000 at least. But they will not be able to get it. So the Yachtmaster will be, very nice watch. But look at the price difference between the sub. You see, they're playing a very distinctive role in pricing, and it's not. I can tell you, it's based on a lot of modeling work that they have done on forecasting price movements and elasticities. So not to confuse you, look at the sub line and look at this watch, and you will see that the $4,000 difference makes a huge revenue point when it comes to the bottom line.
By the way, another teaser, FP Jean came out with a very interesting novelty, a very funny and ingenious expression of time, something truly new. So I appreciate it. I'm sure it will be completely unobtainable and inaccessible, but nevertheless, it's an interesting watch. We can discuss that at a certain point and file it under the unobtainables, like the new stainless steel Odysseus chronograph, which has a beautiful black dial, makes the watch look very sporty with red accents, and still a single counter chronograph with the minutes expressed pointed on the chapter ring with this additional spare or lozenge tipped hand. This is a cool watch, but the price is not yet announced. From the pictures, the bracelet seems a little more streamlined, but I can't tell it for sure. But it's a very cool piece. This is the FP Jean, by the way. Let me see. It's dedicated to Francis Ford Coppola, apparently, and it shows the minutes on the periphery of the dial by this traveling hand, and then the hours is expressed with this 5-finger hand, which I think can, with a nice Photoshop, be turned into a middle finger to those of us who won't be able to get this watch. It's in platinum and apparently shows the hours in this way. I mean, looks cool.
Is it a bug or is it a feature?
I think it's a feature, but again, it's a very cool looking watch. I like the open worked movement. I like kind of the armor like gauntlet that covers the 5 fingers.
Does it just kind of creep out, or do the hands just kind of change movements?
I'm expecting it to kind of travel in and out, because the dial, there would be so much space needed for it to, curl up and that kind of thing, right? So for the hand to have real movement, it would need so much space, and it would be a very expensive automaton indeed. I'm sure it's much simpler with the fingers scaling in and out, kind of like the turtle, a scaredy turtle. So
You turn it in for service and say, "Can you fix my pinky?"
Well, I mean, turn it in for service. Probably, how poetic it would be if it just gets stuck, like with again. I don't know what the price point is for better or worse, but this is the new F. Bejon novelty, the Francis Ford Coppola in platinum case, 42 animated fingers of a titanium hand and a rotating minutes dial with the hour again digitally expressed by this gauntlet. Professor got disconnected. Going back to, we didn't talk about the Daytona, the Tudor releases at all. Not sure if we should go back to that at a certain point.
I'd like to see the case back on the Daytona again.
Of course.
So they're coming out with this only in the platinum version?
Yeah. The others are the same. I mean, the same movement. I'm not sure if it's finished the same way, but they're not exhibited, as you can see here. For example, this is the stainless steel, and this is the exhibition case back of the platinum. And you see, by the way, how distinctly angular the new lugs are, rather than drooping, that they in the way they were in 116-500. There are some interesting elements to the redesign. But the movement looks decently decorated. I mean, it's not like they just removed the solid case back and put a sapphire crystal instead. That's good news. Again, I would like to read a little more in detail about what actually distinguishes the 4131. It says it incorporates a number of the major innovations that Rolex has brought to its other movements, including the chronergy escapement to reduce energy loss, Paraflex shock absorbers to protect the heart of the movement, and an optimized ball bearing to enhance self-winding. So there are small increases in performance as it relates here. This caliber features a new aesthetic for the Brent, which is only available again in the platinum version, a cut-out oscillating weight, and on bridges, an exclusive Rolex Côte de Genève decoration, a reinterpretation of an iconic finishing in traditional Swiss watchmaking. Again, the beautiful genius of Rolex, it's not enough to call it Côte de Genève. It's Rolex's interpretation of it.
But you got to think that, yeah.
Just like it's not titanium, but it's RLX titanium. Right. It's oyster steel.
I know. And there's like a dozen words that they actually made up and patented that's in the copy. But I think it's cool that they're opening up the back. And for this particular watch that's known for being kind of a boat anchor, I mean, it's a big boy and not big, but it's heavy. And it's significantly heavy than the stainless. If you compare those two, I mean, it's night and day, maybe closer to the gold, but I'm wondering
what's interesting is whether or not the steel case is now the same as the precious metal case.
Right, because
Like
that
if you
was
get
actually
if you can
distinct.
find lug, if you look at the inside lug on the steel, it might tell us what we're
Let's see.
asking for.
It
And
looks like
the
it.
other
Yeah,
issue,
appears to be the same.
the other issue is that the case back, this will no longer be the heaviest platinum watch. It will be the day date because they will lose the case back weight.
Oh, now, Professor, it's been decided for you. You will have to get the day date then. You have to get the heaviest one. No doubt.
Platinum, yes,
Yes.
that's.
Oh, hot off the press. I think there's a Platinum Yachtmaster 2 to celebrate the anniversary of that one.
There is?
No, but they should.
I mean, look, I appreciate it in both ways. One, I'm glad Rolex isn't just throwing an exhibition case back to everything across the line. I appreciate that they reserve it to certain kinds of models, but it's also kind of ironic that they would do it in precious metal versions and keep that sliver or slice of yellow and white gold in the case of the new 1908, and a nice slab of platinum or platinum rather in the case of the Daytona in platinum. So that's
But
interesting.
that's the only way, Lord, they can distinguish, right? They don't have any other way to distinguish one from the other.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the dial is a little different. The way the bezel is set is a little different, but I understand.
Is the
I
dial
mean,
really different from the ice blue
Yeah,
previous?
yeah, a little
the
bit.
indices and the subdials.
Hmm.
And you got a crown now too down there.
Where is the crown? The crown is up
Just
there.
the printed on the 6 o'clock.
Okay, they did the same with the day date. They changed it, so
There have been other dial differences. So I note the dial of some of the dials that are quote unquote the same been kept. Some of them have different surfaces, like sunburst versus matte or things like that. There are a lot of other differences in the dials, even beyond these, formula ones where you say, okay, subdials are this thick, crown at the bottom. These are all formula things. There are actually different dials now.
I gotta say, I like the long-term prospects of the 5-digit Daytona, off of young Brando's request or suggestion.
well, let
Because-
me support you, JB. If I end up ever getting this bankruptcy watch, the watch for bankrupted people is because of Lord.
Yep, we could
Well,
blame
Because
him.
what do you mean?
Lord's, yeah, it's you, my friend.
I have that- I
You
have that.
love the platinum Daytona, and you got me into the hooked business. You got me hooked on this Daytona Platona business.
Okay.
It's a
All
good
right.
thing, I have to sell the wife, the car, the house, and the kids to get it, but it's okay.
Well, I mean, I always say this. What a wonderful time to be childless. I have no wife to take care of, no children. I can just spend money on myself. So it has advantages.
JB, do you have kids?
Yes, I have 2 kids,
Ah, okay. All right.
a 3rd and a 4th grader.
Ah, okay.
This is beautiful, by the way. You guys remember from last year, there was the GMT version of this Tonda PF Rattrapante, and predictably, they came up with Minute Rattrapante. Let's take a look at how they express this. So it's basically a timer. I guess you can call it a chronograph as well. The 8 o'clock pusher basically advances the 18 karat gold hand by 5 minutes at a time, whereas the pusher at 10 o'clock, let me see, the pusher at 10 o'clock, let's get the full picture. So this one advances the gold hand at 5 minute increments, whereas the one at 10 advances it in 1 minute increments, and the pusher on the crown basically brings it back, which is of course the function of the rattrapante complication. So kind of like how you use the timing bezel, but without a rotational bezel. I guess, again, something very elegant and extremely useless, but that's what Parmigiani usually does. Yeah, I mean, it's on the one hand, I don't know. I want to call it ingenious. It is very elegant. I love how minimalist and gorgeous the dial is. On the other hand, I wish they had a second hand in this, even if they didn't use a counter, right? Wouldn't it make sense on a timer watch?
I think it needs it. Yeah. It is cool how you can snap it back though with the end of the crown, the single push.
And I like this nude dial color, by the way. I find it like the nude or beige. I think it's a very nice color for this texture.
Your favorite color was nude?
Very nice. Very nice. I like. Hey man, my original accent before I fixed it was very close to Borat, as it should come. No surprise, that was my English accent, mixed in with a little bit of a German slant.
Influences of Kazakhstan?
No, I mean, Borat mostly speaks Hebrew, as you know, not Kazakh. So
I was just thinking the opening scene.
Jak się masz? And Polish, of course. Yes, that's the other part.
It's incredible that he can stay in those characters, though, with some of the things he says and does.
Right. I mean, I like Sacha Baron Cohen. You might push the limits once every so often, but it's pretty good.
Borat and Ali G, they're the best. Booyaksha.
Ali G was really a legendary one. I mean, you remember that conversation he had with Noam Chomsky on bilingualism, and he says, like, what? But why are you calling me bi? No, it was like, sorry. So he speaks two languages. What does that make him? He was talking about his cousin. He speaks Urdu and he speaks English, and then he's bilingual. Why do you call him bi? It's perfectly straight.
And sorry, I was just doing some background research on this yacht master. I'm like, do I still consider it? It's like they still put Easy Link on it and not Glide Lock.
No?
Yeah,
Easy Link.
Even though the precious metal ones have Glide Lock, this one just has Easy Link, making it like an even worse choice because once you start getting to a bigger watch, you want it to be sized a little, very close, which is a dynamic condition, and it's just Easy Link.
Hey, Big Mac, jump on, man. Your Explorer 39 has been reduced to lady size.
Whoa.
Well,
It
a
has
very
gone
butch
Thursday.
lady, very butch lady of the 39.
It's I mean, well, I like him thick, so it's it's all good to me. Music to my ears. Yeah, let's talk Explorer, man. Click the link. Don't run away from the challenge, Meech. I want your
So
reaction.
everyone got sort of faked out on this one, right? Like, because that first image in the teaser was so dark, it was hard to say whether it was like ceramic bezel or it was titanium. G'day, Meech.
Turkey Vulture, $5. Aussie, it's easy link because you're above the water on your yacht. Snap.
Right.
Fair enough, but I mean, the glide lock does exist on that size watch. I mean, this is the first 42 millimeter that's easy link actually. All the
Meech,
other ones are glide lock.
what do you say about the new man size Explorer?
I gotta say, I'm sick of the insults. I shall not have it. Look, I gotta be frank and honest. I gotta be totally 100% honest with you. I don't think the releases were that good this year.
Well, they killed it for me, honestly. Like, they came with a Yachtmaster that I can't wear, I don't think, and the Daytonas that I want are now apparently discontinued. Okay,
Fuck the Daytonas,
fucked.
honestly. But
I'm fucked.
if we're talking seriously here, like, yeah, no, I agree with you, Ozzy. I mean, I could have gotten over the fact that it would have been 42 mils. I think it would have been great if it would have been stainless steel. The fact that Rolex is kind of going a step back and going to cheap and nasty titanium is a bit off-putting. You go over to the dates and they bedazzled the fuck out of them to rappers jewelry. Absolutely disgusting, awful. I mean, they gave him the Jake Brooks special. It's fucking horrendous.
They're not ready for all this. They're not ready for all this.
Then they look. I mean, the Explorer 40. I mean, I'd have to see it. Like, I want to know. I'm curious to see how close it is to a 39. Like, is it worth upgrading?
Oh, people are gonna tell. I think you're gonna look like a lady.
It's
they won't be able to
big
do
upgrade.
between mine and yours.
They're gonna
Mitch.
say, "Is that an Explorer or is that the small one?"
Yeah, it's a small one.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know about that. And then you get to the OP with the one with the Tiffany, the one that looks like a clown jizzed all over it. I don't understand it. I know that watch is gonna go for 70 grand. Somebody's gonna buy it, and he's gonna flip it for 70 grand. You know, it is what it is. The Daytoners, I don't know. I could take or leave, honestly. And the same with the Sky Dweller. I think the rose gold and blue dial. I think if we're talking just in general, I think that's a great combination. It's a great color scheme, but who gives a shit? It's the Sky Dweller. And then the
Sky Dweller also is 42, right?
Yeah, it's 42, 43 mil. I mean, it's a big boy.
Big as well.
Yeah,
it's thick. It's thick.
Yeah, it's extremely thick. Then you get to the Cellini. Nobody asked for that garbage. Who the fuck wakes up in the morning and says, "Yeah, I want to buy a Cellini"? My God, fucking just kill the line off already. Do the world a favor. And yeah, then we kind of come full circle here. Overall, I got to be frank and honest with you. I think JLC had a better watch release, honestly.
Ooh.
I'm going to be talking to my AD tomorrow and saying any old stock coming on Daytonas, you send my way, please.
Right.
That's my only hope.
They've already sent those back, Ozzy. They've already sent them back.
It does make you wonder, though, even like the two-tone that they have that are out in everybody's cases, if the newest...
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. I was just getting excited about the reverso chronograph in the back.
No, pull it up.
They brought back the 60th anniversary chronograph movement back. There we go. Stainless steel.
Look at that dial.
Blue dial. They removed the mailbox flag indicator. there used to be an indicator here that would tell you that the chronograph was engaged. So they minimalized that. And then on the back, look at this beautiful skeletonized column wheel chronograph with retrograde minutes, 30 minutes here, that snaps back when you complete the cycle. And of course, this is your chronograph seconds. And unlike the earlier model in that pink gold case, it has the time here as well, whereas the secondary dial didn't have the time on the old one. This is a very cool watch. Very cool.
Nice entry level.
Well,
You got a super chat from Turkey Vulture.
Thank you, Turkey Vulture. If the 36 millimeter is the girl size and the 39 millimeter, the proportions are all wrong, what's the 40 millimeter Explorer? It's the perfect size.
It's a mistake. It's a fucking mistake.
It's the perfect size.
It's an abomination.
Compensating.
Exactly.
The compensator.
That's beautiful. Poetic justice, man. There is a God.
People are gonna realize what a fucking people are gonna realize the 40 mil is completely awful. The dial's just way too big. It's gonna be unsellable.
So it's this movement that they reworked for this new steel reversal chronograph. Now the secondary dial, the chronograph dial, also has the time, which, you know, I don't mind. You didn't really need it, but I understand how they might have wanted to balance things out. They have foregone the more classic guilloche design and went for a minimalist sunburst two-hander expression, which actually is quite stunning. I like it. And they have also left out this mail post flag that says arrêt when the chronograph is not running, and when you engage it, it kind of ticks down and says marche. So they have eliminated that as well. But this was a very exclusive piece, only about 250 produced. So the stainless steel version should provide another entry point. Of course, they had these in the barrel-shaped Grand Sport case that was never quite popular, but that could be a great option on the secondary market for those of you who are interested in this model but don't want to pony up 20,000 or more, because this piece in stainless steel on its matching beads of rice bracelets with basically the same movement, a different case design, of course, a very different styling, comes at around less than $6,000, $5,728. Just putting it out there as I do, showing you different ways to get around, different ways of finding good deals when the watch you want is perhaps not easily obtainable or prohibitively expensive. This is our tradition, and I'm happy to share this with you while we're discussing the new releases from Jaeger LeCoultre, their reversal chronograph, which is indeed a beautiful piece.
Hot off the press, the John Mayer was discontinued.
Yeah,
yeah, that
No
is,
green
yeah,
dial.
that is
we didn't
true.
see it. That's right, we didn't, and so is the 11509, right? That was the
Is the
Blue
blue
dial.
blue's gone?
Yeah, I think that's gone too. No,
Oh no.
is it?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's gone as well.
Oh. It's gone forever. I had an inside track on that one. Not anymore.
That's a
Yeah,
shame.
the blue has been discontinued as well. Actually, both Milgaussens are gone from the catalog, so
Yeah, Milgauss
I'll be
is
counting my thousands of dollars
For
now.
sure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that could offset.
Yeah, what do you think about this one, Meech? Do you like it? Do you love it?
I fucking hate it. No, look, I could be incredibly insensitive and harsh here, but I won't. Look,
Jizz
I
a
just
la
think,
clown.
yeah, it looks like a clown just just popped one off on this dial here. It's awful.
Meech, did it ever occur to you that these are just the colors that have ever come out on the OP, and that they're just trying to display it in a nice, creative way?
It looks like one of the designers just handed like a piece of paper to their 5-year-old kid and said, "Hey, go crazy," and the kid handed it back and they said, "This is it. This is the new dial right here."
Right, Lord, we've seen this. The balloon watch, this it's kind of similar to this on several auctions in the past, and it usually doesn't get great press. I mean, it sometimes sells. It's not like one of those ones that's just knocking it out of the park every time.
Look, again, I don't want to over philosophize it, but it really seems like this is Rolex going meta. It is a troll release. It is the kind of release that belongs properly to the social media age, to the hype age. It's literally Rolex telling you, you like those dial colors so much, there you go. Take them all at once in all the different shapes and sizes,
Right.
and wear it proudly on your wrist. I think this is exactly what this release means. I don't want to read too much into it, but that's how my mind works, unfortunately. So I went that way, but that's how I understand this particular release. I thought it was a joke in the beginning, and it turned out to be a pretty decent joke, actually. So I don't hate it. I wouldn't wear it with a gun to my head, perhaps.
Looks like one of those
But it's a nice joke.
color blindness tests.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, this watch is terrible. It's atrocious, honestly. I think this might be the worst watch that they've released in this set of quote-unquote new watches.
Ever?
No, I wouldn't even give this watch
Worst
to
ever?
a blind person.
Like all-time worst Rolex?
No. Worst watch ever is the Air King. On God. Worst watch ever created the Air King. But yeah.
Air Kings were fine up until that weird one.
Yeah, they've never been great.
This is a beautiful one as well, by the way. Again, one of the 60th anniversary, the Big Six was a tourbillon for the first time introduced in the iconic rectangular canvas of the Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso. And this is, again, a very thin tourbillon duo face. At 9.15, I think. Beautiful hobnail plates on the back. Sun moon indicator 2. I don't know what the price point is on this. Probably something unspeakable. But
it's
again,
beautiful mid-tier luxury.
You can probably trade your entire collection for a piece like this. What do you think, Mitch?
No, absolutely not. I mean, don't get me wrong. Look, I mean, jokes aside, it's nice, but I wouldn't. Not for a watch that could probably not even withstand moisture in the air. No, thank you.
You're right about that. Yes. Well, I mean, not moisture in the air, perhaps, but flying tourbillon is certainly not something that you want to knock about in the barn.
Or even at a bar, honestly. Like you can't even like drive with this thing.
Well, the bars I go to, maybe because I don't get that rowdy, but you have a lot of fun when you're in that setting, unlike me. So probably not.
Yeah, some would argue maybe too much fun, but I'll tell you this. I'm actually more interested in the IWC revival of the Entrepreneur, if I'm saying that right here.
Beautiful.
I like it, but I hate the fucking price point for it. It's way out of line. Way out of line, in my opinion.
Of course it is. But yeah, tell me a little bit about what you think about the new IWC Ingenieur Automatic 40.
I think
What
if
do
this
you like?
watch was under $5,000, this would be fucking perfect. It would be ideal. You get the iconic design. You get an integrated bracelet. You get a day complication with it. It's a straightforward, no bullshit watch. You can beat the hell out of it. If it
But
was under $5,000, it would be the
IWC
perfect watch.
IWC doesn't have any watches under $5,000 anymore. Why would you expect this, which is going to be hot, to be under $5,000? Again, I'm not
Because
defending them, just
IWC
stating
hasn't
a
been
fact.
relevant for the last 3 years.
IWC hasn't been relevant since Günther Blümlein passed, but that's again, it's neither here nor there. But yeah, that sounds a little unrealistic, 5,000 as a price point, quite frankly. And I think honestly, I don't hate it. At 11,700, I don't think that's an unrealistic pricing for a stainless steel integrated bracelet piece. It's, imagine you are getting a genuine Gerald Janta designed piece with a revival that's pretty close to the original. You can get it with the original carbon fiber type design. The graph paper, unfortunately, they haven't included it. You can get it with some new dial colors, such as the green as well.
Is that I don't know if that's green or is that teal. I'd have to see it in actual photos.
Maybe. Let's see what they.
If it's teal, it's actually very interesting. If it's the dark green, it's boring.
I would be interested in seeing what they call it.
I mean, this is definitely a watch that you're gonna have to buy pre-owned because there's no way. I mean, no offense here, but I think you're an idiot if you pay the full retail price for this, honestly.
And they also have, by the way, a full titanium with the titanium integrated bracelet at a slightly higher price point at 14,600. And that has an anthracite dial as well. I like it, actually. I like it quite a lot. I think this is I have been interested in IWC watches once every so often in the last 5 years, but this is the closest they come, I think, for something that's almost perfect. Of course, there are now the crown guards. The dial design remains the same, but it's kind of exploded in the way that the Petite Tapisserie became Mega Tapisserie in the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. But ultimately, I think it's a pretty faithful and modernized reproduction of it. I like it. I like the price point. I think it's legitimate. When Bulgari is selling watches at this segment, at this price point, when Girard-Perregaux is selling uninspiring, iterative pieces, when Vacheron Constantin is asking for $25,000 for the overseas, $12,000 for the stainless steel Ingenieur, doesn't sound too bad to me, honestly. Now, again, I'm sure if I dig into the caliber a little bit, which they present as in-house, I'm sure I will discover that it's somehow an iteration of an ETA caliber. Hopefully not.
Gonna pull a Tag Heuer on the punters and just throw a Seiko movement in.
No, I think it is a genuine. Okay, so I mean, it is based on the ETA, but no ETA with that provenance has a 5-day power reserve. If this is true, 120 hours of power reserve. That's pretty good. Anti-magnetic. Man, I mean, this is a cool watch, huh?
I like it. Design wise, I like it. I think it's cool, but the most I'd ever pay for this watch is $8,000 tops.
Well, then it's not unrealistic to wait for deals on the secondary market. Honestly, I mean, look, for the first 4-6 months, probably you won't find many deals, even in this state of the market. But a year in, you might actually find, I mean, just like the Bulgari Octofinissimo, right? When the market was at its apex, when every watch was going at retail or above, it was really hard. But nowadays, whatever they list for 15,000 can be found at 10. So a year into the production of this, you can probably find it at 7.5, 8, but you'll have to wait a little bit.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, IWC is kind of, they tank pretty hard in general, anyways. So,
but yeah, for me, it's a big thumbs up. Honestly, again, once every so often, I like an IWC release. It doesn't happen very often. I did like the Petronas Chrono 41. I really like this. I think it's pretty loyal to the original design. Of course, they have updated certain elements. The center links are a little more angular. The pattern on the dial is a little more exploded, a little bigger. They have now the crown guards, which I guess, I don't have anything against it. I don't think it looks foreign to the design, even though it wasn't part of the original. And I actually like the solid case back, which asserts the anti-magnetic aspect of the piece. This is cool. If the professor is still here, I would love to hear what he thinks about the revival of the Ingenieur by IWC.
Yeah, see Ozzy over there is just giddy with excitement.
I'm still just lamenting that they've discontinued watches I really wanted to buy. It's just like so bad.
The funny thing is, unlike me or even Meech, this guy actually buys these watches, so it is he's right to feel bummed out.
Right. I don't know. I want the Yachtmaster to be it because it's the only hope. But honestly, with Easy Link, the dial, with the white Yachtmaster, the lack of oyster flex, you go for a date instead of no date. There's just every aspect that they touched, they just went the other way. I don't know, man.
And here,
Daytona, they got some good videos on the Daytona. They got one featuring Paul Newman.
I am.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to mute this, but I can't find it. I think the Tudor video is pretty good too. But yeah, let's watch it. Why not?
I'm gonna jump
Tudor
off, guys.
Was okay, but the releases were so damn pointless. Honestly, I mean, Tudor as a whole is kind of getting to be pointless. But
do
whatever.
we want to talk about the Black Bay 54 even slightly? I don't understand that watch.
Let's
the 57mm made no sense.
Let's send off JB. JB, take care, man. Good night.
Thanks for having me on. Cool releases. I'm excited.
As always, man.
Thanks for showing us your Zenith there again.
Thanks. Thanks for sharing your watches. Yeah.
Let me say something quickly to Ozzy. Ozzy, just because which one do you lament over? Which watch? Is it the John Mayer and all that?
No, John Mayer may have been one, but mostly Meteorite Dial or the Gemset Daytonas.
Yeah, but they might not necessarily appreciate over time. Don't get into this. Just because they discontinued it, it's gonna go up.
Oh no! For me, I was trying to buy one, so
But you can still get. Don't worry, they will have one or two coming in.
Okay, I'll hound. I think the demand though is just going to go
Gray
through the
market,
roof.
Ozzy. You can still buy them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, demand. I don't think so. Not too much demand. You know, they're playing around with this idea that meteorite is the stone they have. It's gonna disappear, and suddenly, this is all marketing stuff. Remember, they
I
want to
agree. I
sell
agree on
you.
that one. There's not,
You know,
but I just mean
it's
like there is no meteorite dial anymore in the new lineup. Nor do I want the new one. So
yeah.
it
Okay,
leaves my
you know,
options.
it's
I guess you were right though, Ozzy. I think yeah, because the Platona stayed around. I think the meteorite. Yeah, I think you really kind of fucked up by listening to me, and I think you should have went to with the meteorite dial. Honestly.
I asked for a meteorite dial. What am I saying? I didn't back off on that at all. I did kind of back off on the platinum. I sort of gave a little bit of a lukewarm response to that one, but for the meteorite and the rainbow, I'm like, yeah, if that could happen.
This is very cool, by the way. This new green that Laurent Ferrier introduced. I know it's just a new dial color, but I've always loved the sage green that Panerai usually saves for their platinum pieces. It really reminds me of that color here, especially with that, square case. That's a beautiful design, by the way. I love Laurent Ferrier micro rotor movements, classic, uh, contours of the case. I detest the sports watch they have. Very ugly design for me. Very 70s in the wrong way, but everything else I think is very elegant, very beautifully expressed. Even though at a price point that I think is a little out of this world, but it's a brand that I certainly have a lot of affection and a lot of love for. Free sprung balance wheel and that beautifully snail decorated micro rotor, nicely finished movements.
Lord, you asked
Yes,
me. You asked me
IWC,
about
yes.
the new. Yeah.
What do you think?
So I just looked at it, and look, they're trying to make money off a dead guy.
Well, I mean that's
Uh,
obvious.
the professor, okay. Well, I mean, I have a lot of access to grind about IWC, but tell me one watch brand, especially in this day and age, that's not trying to make money off of a dead guy who has been in fact dead for 4 generations. I mean, why do we have a brand called Breguet or Blancpain or Rolex for that matter? Everyone is making money off of a dead guy.
Not me.
Uh, well, the thing, look, the issue is about the designer. What I find interesting is that suddenly IWC is putting on their website the designer of the watch. It's nice. It's good recognition. I hope that Patek does the same, because if he was alive, he should be 50% shareholder of Patek, whatever, right? Because that's the only success of Patek is the Nautilus. Um, I understand what you say. I understand what you say. That look, the Daytona line goes back to Paul Newman and all of that, and everybody tries to say something about the ancestry and so forth. But
and honestly, again, you know how much I love Rolex and how much I really don't like IWC for a whole slew of reasons,
yeah,
legitimate and very personal and petty. But for me, IWC not mentioning Janta when they brought back the original design, because the ingénieur didn't exist in this way for a while in the IWC catalog. I think it would be atrocious. They couldn't win, right? They anger people like you saying they're making money off of the dead guy. If they didn't mention Gérard Janta, they would be facing the ire of people like me saying you don't even recognize this timeless design by the poor guy. Give him at least the credit and the honor. Whereas Rolex, what does Paul Newman have with the Daytona? Did he design it?
No, nothing.
Did
Even
he?
Steve McQueen. He has
Did
nothing to do
he?
with the
Yeah,
Explorer.
I mean, did he do anything at all except loving the watch,
No.
wearing it, and making it part of his life? So what right does Rolex have to use his image to advertise its product? Zero.
No,
They should be
nothing,
paying
nothing,
Paul Newman.
nothing. And I think this is telling of the Swiss watch industry. They are usurping all of this to their advantage to promote to us, the buying community, some story. It's all about the story.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. I
And
personally,
I agree, by the way.
the,
You know, this channel is very much about stories, but if we are going to go in that direction, you know, I think it's much more legitimate for IWC to, yes, use, but also recognize Gérard Janta than Rolex using, you know, all these Hollywood movies or
oh yeah,
Paul Newman to advertise a product that was very loosely associated with them. And again, um, I think it is a good story. Don't take me wrong. I think Paul Newman, in his relationship with his watches, the way he wore them, the way he got them personally engraved. Well, his wife has gotten them personally engraved. Even towards the end of his life, he had a white gold Daytona on Oyster Flex that was similarly engraved by Joanne Woodward. The way he gave that watch, you know, to the boyfriend of his daughter because he didn't have one. You know, it's all these beautiful stories that exemplify not only the importance of that watch, but also the character of a man. So I find that very beautiful. Don't take me wrong. I think that should be also honored and quote unquote used in telling the story of the Daytona today. But we can't ban IWC from using Gérard Janta's mustache in 2023 because, you know, he is not alive anymore. I think that's a very strict standard that no brand can abide by if we use it universally.
yeah. I personally find this watch, not so attractive.
Mm-hmm.
And the previous engineer, I never found them very attractive. You know, it's for a certain clientele. I don't know what is the price point. I mean, that will be a huge drawback if the price point is like, I don't know.
It's not illegitimate. It's 11,700 USD
Ah,
for the stainless steel model.
okay,
It's not too
okay.
bad.
Yeah, not too bad. You know, I mean, Yachtmaster with titanium is a ripoff at 15,000. I don't know what we're buying at the end of the day. But this is what they're gonna do. You know, they're gonna move in 10 years from now, these watches will be 25, 30,000, the steel pieces of Rolex, and people are just gonna say, okay, I'll opt for the day date. Why not? You know.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, they have taken most of the elements um, from the original design and some bits and pieces from the so-called big ingenieur, like the crown guards. The shape of the hands is more similar to this than the original. But finally, I think, and people have been waiting for it very patiently over the years, I think they brought back a decent watch. I appreciate them for it. I think they have done some cosmetic changes that bring it up to date and make it look more contemporary than purely 70s. And again, in a market where, you know, the Langes and Vacherons of this world, of course, making watches at a very different caliber with much higher finishing and much less volume, are charging 25, 30,000 for stainless steel watches, not to mention Audemars Piguet, the Royal Oak, and the Patek Philippe Nautilus, at an age where Bulgari is asking these prices for their integrated bracelet watch, at an age where Girard Perregaux is asking these sorts of prices, at an age where Chopard Alpine Eagle, which actually has, by the way, a kick-ass release with finally the LUC micro rotor movement, is asking these sorts of prices for their integrated bracelet watches. I think IWC, being part of that trilogy of original Gérard Janta designs from the 1970s, has a claim. And I do agree to a certain extent with the professor. I mean, I like the Ingenieur better than I like the Nautilus, but I see how it is the
Me
odd one
too.
out.
Me too. Me too.
It is the odd one out, though, right? It pleases me a little more in terms of my aesthetic taste. But if you put the Royal Oak, the Nautilus, and the Ingenieur next to each other, this looks like the odd one out, more or less. So yeah, I think, again, it's a good offering. I'm glad it's there. It's not something I would be chasing or running after, but I think it's a good touch.
All right, gentlemen. Sorry, I got to go. It was fun. I got some talking to with my AD tomorrow. It's like, take everything off the list now, please. Everything's
And
off.
you're not going back for anything either? No?
Well, if there's old stock somehow,
Mm.
yeah, okay, that's the only way that something's going to happen. But that's what I'm going to say is like,
Hey, look, Oz. I mean, that's how I know it was a little different circumstances, but that's how you came upon the OP36 in candy pink. So who knows? Maybe you'll be the lucky one to get, let's say, the 116509 with the blue dial, or maybe one of the last of the meteorite, last of the Mohicans, so to speak, the last of the meteorite dials.
Yeah,
who knows?
I think the only problem there is like that's just going to be so sought after now. It's ridiculous. Like I'm not their number one client. Anyway, it was lovely to talk to you guys. Fun to share. I'm glad Tudor did what they did. I asked for nothing, and I don't know what this is. Do a brief comment on this 37 millimeter.
Yeah.
Dive. I don't understand at all. Like,
well, look, I mean, I think it's again, it's a way of broadening the appeal of the series, because Tudor, again, we said they moved away from that genre, but in their history, Tudor offered a lot of junior submariners, like smaller size submariners that were directed towards teenage boys, directed towards women. I know we don't live in that era anymore. Everyone wants to wear full-sized watches. So I don't know if this will actually sell or not, but it doesn't seem to me that alien to the ethos of the watch. I mean, I would rather have something like this than the Black Bay 58 in 18 karat gold, if you know what I mean.
But it's just literally 1 millimeter, and then it's missing its sub indices on the bezel from 0 to 15.
Yeah,
I'm just not. It's got a more elegant crown, and the jimping on the bezel's slightly different. It's extremely subtle.
Yeah, it seems like a like a small crown. right? Because remember when the sub first came out, from
Small
in
crown.
that turn from Turnograph to Submariner, the cases were 37, not 39. They were pretty
Right.
small. So
Hmm.
probably it's a tribute to that. Just like the Black Bay 58 is an homage to the Big Crown Submariner.
Mhm.
This we can see maybe as an homage to the very early Submariners, because they really started hitting the market in 1954 rather than 53, which is the date Rolex proudly proclaims, because they have to be on the par with Blancpain 50 Fathoms, of course. But yeah, I think that's the inspiration behind it. And you remember early bezels of the Submariners are not graduated at all.
Mhm.
So that's the vibe it gives me. Let me find something. If you have to leave in the meantime, I
No.
understand, of course.
Lord,
Okay.
I have to
Thank
also follow suit and apologize. I am on the road. I have to run. Guys, I have to catch the next flight back home.
Of course. Professor, good luck.
Thank
Be
you.
safe.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, my dear Lord. Thank you. Thank you, my dear Ozzy. Thank you very much, sir.
Take
Thank
care.
you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Um, let me try to demonstrate what I mean in terms of the inspiration of a watch like this. Um, I mean, this is what we are looking at essentially. You know, you see an early example, the case is closer to 37 than 39. The crown is pretty delicate and small. And again, it's something that enhances that quasi vintage vibe of the Black Bay range. That's certainly what they had in mind, especially with the more, you know, they got rid of the red triangle, the crown has gotten smaller, the gilt uh, feel of the dial is much more yellowish than the kind of pink gold accents of the Black Bay 58 in its original black instantiation. So I think that's exactly what Tudor had in mind with the 54. I think again, it's a beautiful piece. I think a lot of people would still go for Black Bay 58 if they are just getting into the brand. I think this is really a piece for the aficionado, for the connoisseur, for those in the know more than anything. But Tudor, in a way, is that brand at any rate. Uh, don't take me wrong. I think, especially with the boutique approach, they are constantly expanding. They have managed to find ways to appeal to an emergent customer, to a young customer, to those who buy their first watches. But I think the core of Tudor's customers, at least in the US, is still very much Rolex fans, people who have a Rolex watch, people sometimes who have even Rolex collections, who go for a Black Bay 58, who go for a Tudor GMT watch, who go for a Tudor chrono, um, as a different way of expanding their collection. So I think I completely completely understand why it exists. Not necessarily, again, something that I would go for. The 41 with the Jubilee bracelet, I think, is an interesting touch. The red of this bezel seems a little lighter than the earlier piece. We were expecting them to kind of slowly disseminate the T-fit clasp over the entire line. I think that's happening. Let me see. I didn't check it with Black Bay 54. Was that something that the bracelet had? Yeah, that's also T-fit, which is something I appreciate. Yeah, I think again, these are great releases. The white dial GMT, I much prefer it to the two-tone execution. And frankly, with everything that Tudor has been doing more recently, I always thought their version of the Pepsi was a little on the nose. It was a little too close to what Rolex already had. So I'm glad they came up with something a little different, a little bit of their own. Of course, you might say that, hey, there is something like this in the archive, even though it is something of a unicorn when it comes to the 6542 reference number. There is the meteorite dial, white gold, that has, of course, a dial that reads white from a number of different angles. But I think this is a nice addition to the Black Bay GMT line. The bracelet, it remains the same. Not the T-fit in this case. And I think they have added a few different colors to the Tudor Royale, namely salmon and a chocolate brown. I kind of like the salmon. I think that's a cool watch that largely falls through the cracks, flies under the radar. I think it's underrated, but then again, it's not. It's not the most exciting design to me either. But I like the fact that they're expanding this. This is basically the only stainless steel integrated bracelet watch that Rolex has in its catalog in a way. Of course, this is Tudor, but we know that they are sister companies. And the price point is very appealing. The day dates function can be attractive because of the prestige it holds within the constellation. I think that's pretty cool. Hey, MLMJ and Shamba, it's nice to see you both. Shamba was waiting apparently. A Pelagos with a green dial. That is a shame. I do like the burgundy as well, and it's lovely to see you, MLMJ. I'm still going. I'll try to go longer and cover some more new releases. Chopard finally introduced an Alpine Eagle with an LUC movement. I mean, of course, they had some interesting pieces with the high frequency movement. For example, they had also the flying tourbillon that was, of course, an LUC watch for all intents and purposes. But finally, for all of us who has asked for something that lives up to that level of LUC's watchmaking, that elegance of LUC's watchmaking at a price point that's not outrageous, you have the new Alpine Eagle XPS, which adopts basically the case design of the Flying Tourbillon version with the thinner bezel, with the thinner profile, since it actually is built on an iteration of the caliber 96, the micro rotor with a full 22 karat gold weight, Geneva seal movement. Again, I think this is a great competitor for the overseas. That's the kind of price point we're talking about here. And frankly, these were really well. I will pull up the wrist roll video that I had with the flying tourbillon version of the Alpine Eagle, which shares the same case as this piece right here, and it is a different caliber of a watch for sure compared to the standard version of the Chopard Alpine Eagle. Again, a very slimmer, much more elegant bezel, very nice texture on the iris design of the dial. And in this case, what I really like is that balance that is introduced to the dial by integrating the small seconds subdial at 6 and eliminating the date display at 4. Again, a Geneva seal micro rotor movement that gives you a case that is, let me see, okay, I will find it. I want to discuss the new Patek and Cartier releases as well. I want to stay up. I want to stay awake, but I might be also fading a little bit. Okay, it's only 8 millimeters thick, whereas the original one was almost 10. So this is great. I think this is one hell of an upgrade. an original dial color for the line, a personal favorite of mine, so I might be slanted for it a little bit, at 22,500, whereas the standard one has already crept up to 14,100. So I think that's a very good deal when you are getting a slimmer, sleeker, more elegant case, a very beautifully executed Salmon dial, the purity of just a two-hander with small seconds, Geneva seal on the case and on the movement, which is one of the best micro rotor movements ever designed, that carries the work and signature of Michel Parmigiani after 5 years of sustained attention. And finally, of course, also has the depth rating of 10 atmos, 100 meters of water resistance. I think this is great. So far, so good. I think this may well be, along with the reverso chronograph in stainless steel, this might well be my favorite release to come out today. I like the aesthetics of certainly the Parmigiani Fleurier Minute Rattrapante, but it's, pardon me, it seems to be a little bit of a contrived complication. I got the utility somehow in the GMT version, but this minute timer seems a little forced, honestly, with all due respect. Again, I think it's a very beautiful design. It's a gorgeous execution. It's a very aesthetically pleasing watch. We can come back to it if you want to, send in something. But this is another favorite, the slate blue sunburst. Just a very pure, simple two-hander expression on the primary dial, which I really like. There were a few elements about the original retrograde chronograph that I really liked, but the way they cleaned up this dial to make it so unassuming when it's on its primary face, I think is actually a stroke of genius. I'm not necessarily in love with the fact that they carried the hour hands and our markers on the secondary dial as well. But I don't think it's a deal breaker. It's still that beautiful retrograde, chronograph movement, hand wound chronograph movement with a column wheel and lateral clutch that has retrograde minutes at 6 o'clock, which snaps back after 30. And this is your chronograph seconds dial. I really like this watch, and it's not, again, it's not an outrageously priced piece. We talked about the IWC Ingenieur. So I appreciate that. Even though it's not a watch that I would necessarily run after. Wow, they have some interesting pieces again, that demonstrates the in-house crafts that they have. But again, I like the fact that the Reverso Tribute highlights the heritage design of the rectangular case, of the swiveling case. But I'm also glad that they're bringing back the complications that opened that new era with the Big Six having been rolled out over the years. After 1991, they brought the flying tourbillon. They brought back the retrograde chronograph. I think these are all great news for the Reverso line. I really like these releases. Proud to be a JLC fanboy as well. I was a huge fan of the Odysseus chronograph too, although I'm not getting my hopes up. Not about the price points, not about availability, because there's only going to be 100 pieces. But this is the first self-winding chronograph movement by the house. The essential outlines of the Odysseus remain. The watch is given a much more sporty look with a black dial, Grenet at the center, with this radial groove on the hour track. Day at 9 o'clock, the big date at 3 o'clock, and the running seconds at 6. The red hand that matches the chronograph writing on the dial is your centrally deployed seconds hand, whereas the lozenge tipped hand that matches the silvery shades of the handset is actually an indicator for the minutes on the chapter ring. So that's a minute counter that goes around the periphery of the dial. This is again an absolute winner, but it belongs to that soul-crushing category of unobtainables. I think at the price points, and also, of course, in terms of the limited production. Please hit the like button, by the way. That really gives me life's blood, some encouragement to stay up. Any contributions would be much appreciated too. Perhaps I might even be able to pull an all-nighter. Laurent Ferrier is also great. I love this new evergreen dial they introduced. Their classic micro rotor movement with the free sprung balance wheel. We haven't discussed pricing for this free sprung balance with the Breguet over coil, as you can see here. Lovely finish on the movements. Let's see if they are actually on the product page yet. Square with the micro rotor in a stainless steel case and 41 millimeters. Is still priced along with the other pieces in the line, 47,500. And the classic, that's interesting. I don't see that one. Classic micro rotor, right? Wasn't the micro rotor? Is it the origin? No, that one is not up yet, but I think it was the micro rotor movement. But that's also similarly priced, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, that's also around 47, 48, 50,000 in Swiss francs. MLMJ, thank you so much, man. Loving the new Patek 6007G. Okay, this is one thing that we wanted to discuss and we didn't get to just yet. Let me preface this. MLMJ, I love you, but I don't love these Pateks. To me, these are watches that belong to the very confused era of Patek that we are going through these days. I know they are trying to go through the entire line and reconfigure it as something different, but that registers to me as something unrecognizable. I know that they are trying to chip away at this distinction between dress watches and sports watches, formal pieces and sporty pieces. But I think they end up with Calatravas like this that are neither fish nor fowl. These look like watches that could be fun from any other brand and at a certain price point. And I'm not gonna hate on them endlessly because I think with the white metal case and the colorful accents, it's not a bad watch at all. I think they can be pretty cool, but at almost 40,000, I think it's a little much, right? This is, again, it looks like a fun little watch. It doesn't read Patek Philippe to my eyes. Maybe I'm too close-minded. Maybe I'm too old-fashioned. None of that would surprise me. Maybe I'm behind on the times, by all means. But this is an absolute no for me for $40,000. And again, I wasn't a fan of the 5000G. I wasn't a fan of 6007A. If these pieces were in stainless steel and maybe below 20,000, what an interesting watch for an entry-level Patek. What a beautiful way of reconfiguring that entry-level price point now that the Nautilus and even the Aquanaut has become unobtainable for a younger, more excited customer. Yes, this is my more charitable take. I wish these were 6007A. I wish they were right under $20,000 rather than right under $40,000. I think with those dimensions, with this particular execution, the colorful accents, they could have offered an interesting and very approachable entry point for the brands that has basically disappeared for most customers. Again, I have a lot of respect for Patek as a heritage brand, but not enough to think of 40,000 as the new normal for an entry level Patek. I mean, this doesn't offer much, right? You just get a self-winding movement that has what? How many hours of power reserve? 45 hours. Honestly, I mean, I know people will hate me for this, but man, I would rather get the Hamilton Field khaki. I know people will destroy me over this probably, but that's my honest take. If it were in stainless steel, I could think of it as an interesting point of entry to the Patek line. I think that would have been fair. Let's see some other. We discussed the new Chopard. There is a very interesting Seiko release actually. Let me get some water while that loads up. It's the first Grand Seiko mechanical chronograph. MLMJ, I think the understatement does it for me. I don't disagree with that. But I think the understatement would have gone even longer, MLMJ, if it were, again, if it were 6007A. If they were stainless steel entry level, that would be amazing. At almost $40,000 for a souped up modernist Hamilton Field khaki. This is the Grand Seiko Tentagraph. It's a very nice 10 beats per second, 3-day power reserve, self-winding chronograph by Grand Seiko. It has a very nice texture on the dial. And again, this is something that Grand Seiko masterfully executes time after time. I appreciate that. It is a piece actually that is made from titanium. Pardon me, with both mirror polished and brushed grain surfaces. The watch is quite big and thick, at right over a smidgen over 43 millimeters in case diameter, and a little thicker than 15. So thicker than both the Speedmaster Super Racing and the Zenith Chronomaster Sport. Column wheel vertical clutch chronograph, beautifully finished, and exposed for your admiration with skeletonized rotor. And the price point is not abhorrent, to be honest. It's going to be available in June for 13,700. I think it's a very nice offering. Beautifully executed high beat chronograph. Nicely finished in titanium. I think it puts something interesting on the table that's that is not easily equaled, or that doesn't have many alternatives from other brands. So I appreciate this release too. Again, too big of a watch for me. Not really my cup of tea in terms of the dimensions or styling of a chronograph. It's too contemporary for me. It's too big for me. But all right, MLMJ. This is a good one. I'm reading it without with neither commendation or condemnation. I could commission and build a brothel in Amsterdam for 40,000. All right, there's an idea. There is an idea. Oris apparently came out with Kermit's release. Let me see if I can find it. Oh wow, there are new Aquanauts as well. We will we'll be up for a while, especially if I get some interesting super chats for sure. Patek also added some Pilot's Calatravas with travel time chronograph, which of course replaces the Pilot travel time that has been discontinued. But let me see if Oris has these on its own website, so I can do it without having to depend on. Right. This is the Oris Kermit, guys. Let's pull it up. So this is the Muppets collaboration. And apparently the first day of every month, you can actually see the lovely face of everyone's favorite frog. And the dial actually is colored after our friend Kermit, in two different shades, of course, with Reho in a darker shade of green. This is, of course, the Pro Pilot X with the 5-day power reserve and that knurled bezel. And as you know, these pieces are fully executed in titanium. So They were really nice and light. I really don't like the clasp on these that tries to be like a belt buckle. Not a huge fan of that. And the price point has been creeping up for Oris watches, but I think it remains largely unchanged compared to the rest of the ProPilot X 5 days line. So I'm not going to complain too much. This is the new ProPilot X Kermit edition, actually licensed by the Muppets. Let's see what else we have. Where can we pivot? We have a few interesting pieces. Let me see. Chapek has an open worked version of the Antarctique, of their integrated bracelet sports watch. Earlier in the season, in the run up to the Watches and Wonders, they had introduced the Antarctique in titanium with an integrated, fully brushed bezel that matches the case material, and with this unique sector dial that has the arcs with the voids between the two rows of arcs serving as the hour markers. And then there are a few other versions of the piece. Let's start with an aesthetic touch for the smaller sized case. Antarctique S with the Sashiko dial, which is kind of a pink one, and then also kind of ice blue one, which are stamped with lotus patterns in both cases. The reservations are open again, so oh no, they're going to be open on April 1st. So if you are interested in any of these watches, you would have to keep your finger on the trigger. They have mother of pearl dial, with some gem setting. That is literally named Map of the Clouds, La Carte des Nuages. It's a beautiful piece. And they finally have the Antarctique Révélation which is basically there. Look, I mean, I'm not an open worked guy. I'm not a skeletonized. I'm not really impressed by skeletonization, but there are going to be 100 pieces. Apparently, only 21 of them will be sold online, and it's 38,000 excluding the taxes in Swiss francs, with 13,000 Swiss francs as a deposit, compared to how much they were asking for the titanium version, which is actually 32,000 Swiss francs with a 12,000 deposit. It's not that crazy, honestly, because a lot of other brands ask for a significant premium for open worked watches. In this case, it's relatively reasonable. I don't know if they will open up the order book for the stainless steel again. If they do, that could be interesting, and I would like to know the price points, quite frankly. Let me see. I think it's coming back, but yeah, that's going to be 22,000 Swiss francs with a 7,000 deposit and only 99 pieces online. I think that's fair. Now, okay, I think I'm fading a little bit, but I want to actually discuss the Cartier watches, especially if my friend ABC is still watching. I want to double check if he is still here. I would love to discuss some Cartier with him. If he is not, maybe I will leave it to tomorrow. We'll see. I might have to say goodbye. If, however, I see some interesting super chats, I might still stay awake. This was an interesting piece, the Zenit DeFi revival, which actually remains more faithful to the original 1967 design with the octagonal case, deeply accented chamfers, and dodecagonal bezel, fully in titanium. I'm not too hot on the Fotina on the luminous material, but I can certainly get over it. I like the monochromatic expression of the watch. In this particular case, I don't even mind that ladder bracelet, even though it's certainly not my favorite. And the price point is not too bad either at $7,500 or 7,400 actually, which is like a $900 premium on the stainless steel versions. By the way, earlier we were discussing the new releases by Bulgari, and apparently there are two tourbillons in black and green for the Octaroma series. One of them is a Papillon, which is their interpretation of the Wandering Hours complication in a way. I think that's pretty cool. Both with titanium cases, black DLC coating. And the Papillon is $130,000, whereas the Tourbillon Sapphire is 85,000 euro in both cases. I'm sorry. But the striking tourbillon, of course, is actually yes. So the Papillon is $85,000, is 1,000 euros, and the Tourbillon Sapphire is 85. Okay. So let's see. What else do we have? Let's talk about some Cartier. Let's go. Or no, I'm going back to Rolex. Apparently there are some special day dates dials that we didn't discover. We talked about the various stone dials, whether it was aventurine, carnelian, and the turquoise for the 36 millimeter day dates, especially in this diamond set version. I think you can get the, pardon me, you can get the fluted bezel instead of the diamond set, but you are pretty much stuck with the Roman numerals, which are diamond set in the factory. I do like the green aventurine and the carnelian in terms of its orange hues. But there is apparently also a celebration. Sorry, I think this is like what is it called? I don't know, but this seems like a major troll for Rolex. It's like a hashtag watch. Apparently, it displays inspirational keywords at 12 o'clock, like happy, eternity, gratitude, peace, faith, love, and hope, and 31 different emojis for the dates. And it's not even April 1st yet, guys. This is fascinating. But it is actually an enamel dial, so that's fascinating to me, and I would like to know what it might be in terms of the pricing. I don't think there is any notes for that yet, but hey, it's not something that I resent. I kind of like it, to be honest. I think Rolex did a great troll. And again, I was right to call this social media age release, hype watch release. Rolex really saying, hey, you really like those colorful dials on the OPs? Here you go. Take them all. Take them in all these different shapes and sizes. Well, all these different sizes, largely in the turquoise background, over a turquoise background. I think it's clearly them sending a message, especially in combination with that day date that actually has 31 emojis for the day wheel. It's a quite interesting take, and I don't hate them for it, honestly. And this is a piece that's is available at 31, 36, and 40 millimeters. And in Swiss francs, it's respectively 5,400, 5,800, and 6,100. Let's see, we have some new Aquanauts. Let's take a look at them. It's a flyback chronograph and an Aquanaut annual calendar, as well as a Luce, the pink gold with the chocolate brown dial, and the single register chronograph. You get again pink gold case for the annual calendar, which is actually the 40 millimeter case, which makes this a very interesting proposition. The date is shifted to 6 o'clock. The moon phase is given the focal points at 12 o'clock. You have also, of course, month at 9 o'clock and day at 3 o'clock, which completes Patek's, one of Patek's signature complications in the annual calendar. And then you have the Luce, which is, of course, a slightly smaller piece, once again in the pink gold with 38 diamonds set on the bezel. The flyback chronograph is 64,000. No, wait a second. Let me be sure. Okay, the flyback chronograph is 64,000. The annual calendar, this is the 5261R, is 52,000. And finally, the Aquanaut Luce with the diamond set bezel is 45,500, all in Swiss francs. Honestly, I kind of like the Aquanaut annual calendar. It's I like the colors, I like the complication. The flyback chronograph has been very popular for Patek sports watches, especially for the Nautilus, but I'm sure this will be a great hit as well in pink gold. I think the chocolate brown really does set it off. And I think, guys, this will be my last. I went for more than 6 hours, but I think most of you have already left. If I had a little more activity in the chat, maybe a panelist or two, or at least some more super chats, I would have gone on. I will get back to this tomorrow. There are so many interesting releases from Cartier, from also more releases by Patek Philippe. There are a few interesting pieces still to come from Ulysse Nardin, from Montblanc, from some others. There's a newly designed Carrera in 39 millimeters, which is a very interesting piece. But I think I will reserve those and more for perhaps an early show tomorrow, but I might come back later as well. Please hit the like button. I was live for more than 6 hours tonight, which is quite an achievement. I hope to see you again tomorrow. I appreciate you all. I have a long work day tomorrow, so hopefully I'll be able to take off sometime in the middle of the day. But if I don't, I will see you later. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm here with watch content every day, sometimes even more often. So stay tuned. If you want to ask me any questions, you can always send an email to me at Lord Hellespont V, Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. If you want to contribute to the channel, which is completely independent and entirely at the behest of its audience, at the service of its audience, feel free to check out the links. The Patreon program is pretty amazing, if I might say so. I get back to my people there on a daily basis with at least 3 recommendations with great watch deals online. And more recently, I actually detail those links and situate them in a historical context and really go deep, pause on the horological details. So I think you would enjoy it. Take care, take a look. And again, if you want to reach me, I'm available here. Put a comment on one of the videos, write to me on Instagram. Very active on Instagram as well. And always feel free to reach out to me with an email message as well at Lord Hellespont the 5th at gmail.com. That's Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. Thank you for your presence and support. Hit the like button on the way out. I will see you tomorrow where we'll talk about more releases by Rolex, Patek, Cartier, and others. See you then.